And we are here in Marietta, Georgia. It is rally vibes in Georgia right now. And you can see that huge banner up there saying, "Thank you, President Trump." And this is just kind of the people that are at a lot of the rallies. There's a ton of people on the other side as well. So how about, there's so many different chants running through my mind right now. How about let's go Brandon, you know? Anyway, welcome to the show, guys. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for joining us. Again, it is Rally Vibes here in Marietta, Georgia. President Trump to speak at 3 o'clock Eastern time. There's a lot of people behind the camera operator, so we're going to take a look in just a little bit. But let's interview some great people here. How's everybody doing? Of course, let's start with Brick Suit in the house. Hello, sir.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing great.
Well, you know what? It looks like the border is closed.
Border is closed, fantastic. We've had nobody admitted voluntarily. I think we're up to 14 or 15 months now, so fantastic job on that. But we always have to be vigilant because we know what they're doing in New Jersey. We know what they're doing in New Jersey, and we believe they're doing that in other states as well.
Exactly. Your thoughts about the Save America Act, President Trump's national primetime address. Some of the networks were like, we're not going to air it.
80% of Americans across the board are in favor of voter ID and the Save America Act. And the fact that the Senate didn't pass it is really a shame. And I want people to realize, though, that it's in the Senate, it's just a small subset of those senators. We do have a lot of support, just not enough to get across. And, you know, we're going to be losing McConnell, and we're going to be losing Tillis, and that'll be, hopefully, we'll get 2 votes for it again. And I hope to get it passed in the next 2 years.
The right side of history, the mass majority of this country are people just like us right here. The media acts like they have so many people over there on the left. They just don't. A lot of them brainwashed, a lot of them paid. Am I right?
Yeah, and you know, I'm going across country right now. I'm doing a Route 66 tour, and I'm talking with people. And it's not just the people that are here at the rallies. It's the people who wish they could be here at the rallies but don't have the vacation time, aren't able to make it for some reason. The support for President Trump and his policies in the heartland of America is as strong or stronger than I have ever seen it. And there's so many people backing it.
It's wild to be here. This is the first time I've been on the road in a while, obviously in the studio a lot. And being out here feels like the rally vibes that I've covered over the past few years. It's pretty awesome to see it. Speaking of that, Front Row Joe's in the house.
Front Row Joe's. We're going to be here.
This is awesome. So Marietta, Georgia. Have you ever been to this town? Tell us about Georgia.
Georgia's great. I lived here for a while. My daughter still lives here. I'm actually in Cherokee County, which is adjacent, pet sitting for my son, but I had to be here today. This is my 70th rally.
70th rally. What a great number that is right there. Come on in, guys. What is it like to be here? Front Row Joe's in the house.
Greatest Trump. I love it. This is number 34 rally for me. I love Trump. I've been here since yesterday in the morning. I love Trump. I support him everywhere he's at. I'm making a mission to use my vacation days at work to get here.
That's awesome. That hat is pretty sweet.
Thank you. I love Trump.
That's got to be $40-something.
I live in Rockville, Illinois. I came here. I've been here, so I love Trump, you know.
Awesome. Come on in. I like your hat, too. Where'd you get that one?
I know. That's why you right. Trump right everything, you know. Trump won, and he saved America. Look at black right there. That's why when we go rally with him 130 times, and with Thunder Joe and with Vietnam, we love him, and I hope him win again, and everything. You know, we go for here because we have ID, we have legal, and when we go a vote, we have so ID, citizen, please. That's why.
That's right, the Save America Act. President Trump won how many elections? Go. How many elections did President Trump win? Three, exactly.
I'd like to say the same media that says that we are in the minority are the ones that wouldn't air a sitting president's message to this country. Every citizen in this country should have heard that message.
It's so true. And Denver, let's take a look way at that flag out there. I know it's going to be a hard shot to get, but it says Trump won, and he did. We know he won in 2020. We know what happened there. But you know what? A lot of great patriots out here. Let's get another USA Channel 3. 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
Awesome stuff. Really good stuff there with the Patriots here in Marietta, Georgia. We're going to go through some of our sponsors in just a second. Actually, let's go over a few sponsors now. And by the way, that is more of like a VIP line of sorts. So we're going to go and turn around and check out the general admission, but really everybody on the same team out here. It's great to see that. Let's go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Of course, a great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, they are an independent American pharmacy and a great sponsor. You've probably been hearing about the cyclospora parasite that's been making headlines out there. Well, you could be prepared ahead of time with allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. More than half of our states, so we're looking at 31 states, are dealing with this situation out there. We know RFK Jr. has been talking about it as well, but there's this specific medication that you can take called Bactam. So that's just one of them. And think about it, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, there's so many things that you can choose from, more than 400 medications with All Family Pharmacy. So use that RSBN10 promo code, get that 10% off, RSBN10 at checkout. Also, let's go to Birch Gold Group, another great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by our framers. Of course, Alexander Hamilton built America's financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. But that gold standard went away in 1971. So what do we do now? The question is, what kind of thing do you have for your retirement savings? You know, what's your backup plan? Gold, obviously, a great decision there when it comes to diversifying. So all you have to do to get everything started is just text Trump to 989898. Again, Trump to 989898. You'll get a free info kit. It's no obligation. They're not pushy. They're guys that understand what's going on out there when it comes to the value of gold. They have 5-star ratings and, of course, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Great sponsors, All Family Pharmacy and Birch Gold Group. Let's go ahead and take a look now at the picture here in Marietta, Georgia. We're going to get some more people chanting USA, and we're going to have a good time here as it's, you know, Wednesday. It's July 22nd, the dog days of summer. Of course, we'll be talking about that, I'm sure, in a little bit. But just look at this crowd right here, all the way to the back of the street there, and then around the corner, all the way to the right. So we're looking at least at this point, more than 1,000 people. But the venue, I saw it earlier, is a nice venue. It's in the gymnasium here at the high school in Marietta. Again, Marietta is only about 25 minutes without traffic northwest of Atlanta. So looking forward to speaking to some of the crowd here. Why don't we just start walking a little bit and see what we can get here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, it's been a while. You know, as you guys have seen, I've been in studio a lot, and to be out here in the rally kind of feel is pretty awesome to see. All in support of the president, but also, you know, what the president's standing for when it comes to that Save America Act. Of course, big deal when it comes to our nation's elections, especially after that huge speech on that Thursday night, a primetime address. And as one of the front row Joes said earlier, the mainstream media did not play a speech from a sitting president, which is quite interesting, kind of revealing to what they said. So let's stop here and talk to this gentleman right here. How you doing, sir? Good. How are you? I'm great. You said something really nice when you walked by before. You said, "Thank you for what you do," and that. I'm surprised you remember. Well, no, I remembered, but I think it's something that, you know, I don't hear often, and it's something that I take value in because I say the same thing to so many patriots because we know that this is a country worth fighting for, and I just want to hear your thoughts about Freedom 250, America 250, as we are celebrating, of course, still our 250th.
Well, thank you. Well, I get to use my red, white, and blue shirt many times this year. But yeah, I'm very thankful. Really appreciate what you guys do. My televisions, the major news stations are just blocked. And I think my wife is probably watching at home. So I really appreciate what you're doing and really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. And is this your...
This is my father, yes.
Awesome. Is it you guys' first rally together with President Trump, or?
Yeah, we're in the neighborhood. I mean, literally a few miles away. And it's like kind of surprised that he was coming here. So.
Any military background at all, or?
Not for me.
No? So tell us, sir, about the country as you see it, as 250 years young, and we're moving forward and looking forward to things like the Save America Act passing. What are your thoughts about being here today?
I think it's essential to be here today because if you believe in what Trump's doing, you need to be here. On the other hand, it's sad it's neck and neck him being in office. They're trying to impeach him and all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah, there's this whole force that seems that is always working against good things that are happening in the country, especially the Save America Act. Sir, your thoughts just about freedom in this country and how we need it for another 250 plus years.
Absolutely. It won't be here if we don't support it.
Exactly. So you guys were just driving by and you saw the signs or what?
No, we got tickets, found out about it, and just was really surprised it was so close by. And
so far the weather's holding up. It's not too bad.
it is. We have ponchos and umbrella just in case, but
Just in case there's a downpour.
yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Well,
Thank you.
so much
Thank you.
again. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, it's great to interact with patriots. You know, I talk about that a lot when we're in studio there in Auburn. You know, how we love to toss it out to the field whenever you get a chance to interact with great patriots. And I see a bunch of them right here. So what we're going to do is let's get another USA chant going. Why not? You know what I mean? I like doing that stuff. Are you guys ready to chant USA on three? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
Good stuff. Good stuff. I love these guys' hats right here. Thank you so much. Look at these hats here. This is awesome. Is this for Georgia, right? Or okay, so talk to us about the you remember the rallies in the campaign season and all the things, and then
We ain't give it up yet. We're still going.
that's what I'm saying. I'm out here thinking, wow, we got rally vibes going on.
Yes, sir, we sure do.
It's pretty awesome. I remember November 5th, 2024, and a colleague of mine, Robert McNeely, called Georgia for President Trump. What was that like that night to hear Georgia for President Donald J. Trump?
Well, when we went to bed, Trump was winning. When we got up the next morning, Trump didn't win, and you could tell that math wasn't right, and we cried. I ain't lying, we cried.
I like how you're bringing up 2020. I was asking about 2024, but I hear you loud and clear on that in 2020. I mean, that was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. But in 2024, we still celebrating it.
Yeah. I mean, we all are. You know, it's something that we see going on in our country right now, and we're just wanting to see our elections become secure, right? Free, fair elections. Are you surprised at all that mainstream media decided, nah, we're not going to air any of that speech from President Trump the other night?
No, sir, I'm not. And that's why I don't watch Main Street media. I watch RAV, Real America's Voice, and that's it.
Hey, our friends over at RAV, good stuff. Also, sir, how you doing? Where are you from?
Calhoun.
All right, Calhoun. All right, good stuff. So you guys are happy to be here, I'm sure, yeah? Awesome stuff. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on. Yep. All right, let's move on here a little bit. That's what's great about conservative media. I'll be honest with you, because you know there's things like this where people might say, "Oh, let's edit that out." Well, we're not editing it out. That's what she said. It's freedom of speech to say it. We have great conservative media in this country, and it's only going to grow and get better. All right, let's move on here. Hello, guys. Hello. How's everybody? Jackson for governor, yeah?
Yes, he's pretty good.
Thoughts about being here with, for President Trump's event?
I think it's just a great experience seeing everyone out here and showing their support. I love how the bus came by. There's lots of people with signs, and we've got people dressed up. So all in all, it's pretty good.
Awesome. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I tend to agree with her. I think that the Trump, said just the excitement. I've never been to anything like this, and I thought I was going to try it out. I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm going to try it out.
You're going to see the leader of the free world. What is that? How does that make you feel?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I'm a Trump supporter, and I believe in everything he does.
Yesterday, President Trump, actually the team at the White House posted a video that 10 years ago yesterday, President Trump accepted the nomination as president. So you've been following this thing the whole time, haven't you?
At least the last 6 years.
Yeah.
The first time I didn't follow it as much, but I do follow it now.
Can you tell me why you started getting more engaged in politics?
Because I didn't like what was going on in the country.
And what would you like to see be done in the country, even during President Trump's administration, post-President Trump, in the sense of, I don't know, freedom?
Well, I certainly don't want this democratic socialists in, that's for sure.
And that's what we're hearing a lot of, the Democrat socialist or communist types wanting to come into our country. Can you believe we're even talking that here on American soil?
No, and I said the other day to my husband, I said, I can't believe this country would elect that type of a person.
It's unbelievable to see it. Thanks, guys, for showing up. All right, let's move on a little bit. And let's actually turn around. Let's do a couple of the sponsor reads, as we see a ton of people there right now. We're going to go down and interview some of the crowd here in a second. Let's go to Kalshi, kalshi.com/RSBN, kalshi.com/RSBN. Of course, if you go to the QR code that you see on your screen there, or download the app if you'd like. Ton of topics, as you guys know, whether it's politics, elections, all sorts of stuff. Check it out now. And most likely, midterm election betting, trading, all this market financial betting going on. But also, if you just want to check out the polls, you can do that as well. Let's go to another sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including covepure.com/RSBN. covepure.com/RSBN. You know, most of us know there's chlorine in our tap water. We smell it, shrug, then drink it anyway, because we've been told it's what keeps our water safe. But what they don't tell you is what chlorine becomes after it's added to your water. And that's why it's so important to get Cove Pure. Now, covepure.com/RSBN is the place to go. I mean, at the end of the day, getting that filtration process, and a filtration process that is this reverse osmosis technology that Cove Pure has, that some of those filters that you see at the store just won't cut it compared to Cove Pure. Cove Pure is very simple. You just don't have to install this whole thing. You just put it on the counter, you plug it in, and before you know it, you just hit a hot, cold, or warm button, and you'll get that water for your coffee, for your tea, that kind of thing. So definitely a great, great investment for healthy, clean drinking water. No bad aftertaste with the tap water. I don't know who likes tap water out there. Does anybody like tap water here? Anybody like tap water? No. They're all saying no. Okay, cool. So there you go. So anyway, so go to covepure.com/RSBN. All right, let's go to our left right here and just interview a few people. Hello, everybody. I love this jersey right there, man. That's great.
Oh, wait, you haven't seen anything yet.
Let me see more. Oh, nice. The flag.
No.
What else do you have? Help him out. MAGA 47. There you go. I'm thinking we should do another USA chant right here. Let's get a USA chant on 3. 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
All right. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Hello. How's everybody? Well, thank you. Say that again, please.
Your station. It's awesome.
And another time. No, I'm kidding. Your thoughts about being here for President Trump and just what an awesome event, guys.
Oh, we're so excited. I mean, we're Wheeler grads, so we're super proud to have him here, and it's a great thing for Marietta, so such a great day.
You guys go to school here?
No, we go to Lassiter.
Okay, cool.
You know, it's just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the president.
Well, first of all, that hat, that's pretty
Yeah.
That's a nice hat.
Thank you. So
seriously, I mean, how old are you guys?
I'm 16.
All right,
17.
I'm 17. Being involved in politics at this age, I mean, is that something that people are like, wait, why do you guys care about that stuff?
I mean, you know, I care about the future of this country. You know, being an American citizen is the best thing you can do. Greatest country in the world, so.
Amen. Good stuff. Any thoughts?
Yes, sir. I agree with him. You know, the future of our country, and we want to make it right.
Yeah, right.
And protect our rights.
Amen to that. Protect your rights. That's perfect. Constitutional rights. Your thoughts about seeing President Trump today?
I mean, yeah, like Creed said, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm super excited, so.
And you've got the MAGA hat, the OG MAGA hat, dude. And then you've got the dark MAGA hat.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
It's very cool knowing that I get to see Trump today. This is my first time ever seeing a president in office, so this is really cool.
That's awesome, man. Sir, come on in. I like your shirt, Doge, and the hat as well. Your thoughts about seeing the Commander-in-Chief, the leader of the free world today?
I just appreciate the fact that he's still talking about some local things that matter to the communities, despite everything else going on, taking some time out of his day and his week to be here with us. So I appreciate it.
Definitely. Your thoughts about the Save America Act? It's about voter ID, proof of citizenship, so free and fair elections. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think that's an important issue. I think that there's enough evidence out there that it's at least worth looking into. Whether it is a mass fraud that really moves the needle or not, it's yet to be seen, but I think it's actually something worth looking into.
It is definitely. I mean, a lot of people agree with that right there. It's the sentiment that a lot of Americans are saying, hey, let's have voter ID. Who in the world is going to those polling places? We don't want to see what happened in 2020 again. The mail-in ballots also awful. Who wants a bunch of mail-in ballots out there? We don't even know who the people are that are voting, so-called voting. We saw a lot of that happen as well. Let's look over at that guy right there. Sir.
Yeah, I'm going to come back around and let's walk out, go get the signal.
We love your shirt. That's an awesome shirt, guys. You want to? Oh, thanks, man. All right, he said he loves RSBN. What's going on, guys? Mike Collins for U.S. Senate. That's definitely President Trump endorsing Mike Collins. Everybody else on board? Yeah? All right. Do you guys want to do an old school chant? Let's do an old school chant. Are you ready? Let's go, Brandon, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, Brandon! Good stuff, guys. Oh, old school.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
This is great. Oh, rally vibes in Georgia. Woo! Awesome, guys. Well, I'm glad that people are sharing the word about RSBN, and instead of mainstream media, that kind of thing where they say whatever they want, we at least are based in God, family, country. So your thoughts about that and just being here and seeing President Trump?
Wow, it's so exciting. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime memory. I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life, to meet President Trump.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Your thoughts about being here and being in the United States and just loving this country?
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see what he has to say, and I'm just really excited to meet him.
Cool. Good stuff, guys. Thank you so much. All right, we're moving on. We got our next interview right here. Everybody, what you don't see behind the camera is everybody pointing down to the people to interview next. So this guy's the next one. How you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. What's your name?
Good. My name is Ricky.
All right, Ricky. Where are you from, man?
I'm from Woodstock, Georgia.
Yeah, you have quite the amount of people recording you here with the phones. So what say you when it comes to freedom, President Trump, the United States, 250 years young, the late, great Charlie Kirk, like just your thoughts about everything?
First and foremost, I just thank God every day. It's a blessing to be able to wake up. Jesus is King, Christ is King. Without God, I can't do anything. Jesus is my Lord and Savior. Amen. With that being said, just being able to live in a country that's so great where you can accomplish anything that you put your mind to, I'm grateful every day. Wake up grateful every day.
That's a perfect attitude, man. Same here. I actually typed it on top of my notes, to be honest with you. And it says, I think it says Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, RSBN Live. And then the word I have next to it is grateful. And I only added it just a couple days ago, and that's something you always got to keep that attitude of gratitude, right? And also on top of that, your faith in Jesus. So you were just on, literally this is national live stream. This does air around the world as well. And so you're not afraid to talk about the one and only Son of God, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Well, of course, it's the least I can do. We're all created in the image of God, and God's blessed me with, being able to, really build a platform for myself because, I play baseball as well, being able to just spread the word because at the end of the day, Jesus loves you. God created you exactly how you are for a reason. Jesus loves you. God loves you. Amen.
Amen. So are you a future Atlanta Braves baseball player?
That's the goal. That's the goal. But whatever God has in store for me, I'm all in 100%.
Cool. Good stuff, man. All right, let's move on to the next people. Good job, guys. Yeah, go ahead.
IRGC. I'm Iranian American. I just want to say thank you, President Trump. You're the only president after 47 years that trying to get rid of this Islamic IRGC regime. I pray that you will make America great again and make Iran great again. As an Iranian American that been here before the revolution in 1977, and my dad being general in the army, I thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
And on top of that, the law in our country is the Constitution, right? We don't want Sharia law in our country. Am I right? Absolutely. So there you go. All right, so let's move on here a little bit. All right, guys, what's going on? Man, you got the California vibes. I got to talk to you, bro. Where are you from, man?
Right here in Georgia.
You're from Georgia, or Georgia vibes. It's all good. All right, so your thoughts about seeing the president here in Georgia?
Always excited to see the boss speak. I'm very interested to see what Jackson's going to say today. I'm curious to see the reception Jackson is going to get today. I'm curious to see how Trump will introduce him today. It's a pretty contentious primary here in Georgia between Burt Jones and Rick Jackson, so I'm intrigued to see how this goes today for him.
Yeah, a lot of people looking at this midterm election less than 4 months from now. So they're having this RNC midterm national convention. Usually they have that for the presidential year. Your thoughts about just that? That's in Dallas, Texas in September. Do you think that's going to rally the base too?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and I just heard about that not too long ago. I think it's a good idea to rally the base. but I'm not going to put the cart before the horse. Let's see what happens here today and happens here pretty soon in Georgia.
Awesome, man. Thanks so much. Good to see you. All right, let's move on. Let's continue and just show the crowd here, because this is quite the line here in Georgia. Again, Marietta is northwest of Atlanta. You're talking about 25 minutes with no traffic, but it is Atlanta, so there is usually traffic here. We got here really early today, of course, for our security preps and all that with law enforcement. So there's a lot of law enforcement around as well. But look at this crowd. This is something, I don't know, is it something that, because I've been in the studio for so long, I haven't seen the crowds in a while? Because this is, again, a rally vibe crowd.
It's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
High school just outside of Atlanta. If you're just joining us now, you missed a little bit, because outside was just like the rallies that I've covered over the years since 2022. The people are here. The people are fired up. The people want to see some wins in the midterm elections. And we know that the people are fired up to see President Donald J. Trump. Coming up at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Of course, at 1:30 will be the pre-show, in the sense of the pre-program. So we'll have all of that here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And those of you that watch day in and day out, you guys always see me in the studio usually. Great to be out here in the field. Great to be indirectly almost on a campaign trail of sorts for the midterm elections, which are less than 4 months away. President Trump, of course, endorsing Senator Mike Collins. Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. He's a representative currently, but for senator in Georgia, hopefully to unseat or take Mr. Ossoff, John Ossoff, to the next level in the sense of out of Congress, and have Mike Collins be the next senator in Georgia. So Mike will be here. And of course, a number of other key endorsements from President Donald J. Trump. So we're going to hear from the president again at 3 o'clock. And for those of you, again, just joining us, we have one more clip out there in the line, which we'll go to in just a little bit. But I'm surprised. I'm surprised only because of one reason. because we saw the Trump rallies over the years, and we see that the same vibe, the same excitement, the same patriotism for God, family, country, freedom, we the people, Donald J. Trump, all of it happening yet again. It's just been a while since I've been in the field. Yes, I watch our coverage. Yes, I see my colleagues out there doing a great job. But when you see it for yourself, when you see the hundreds, if not more than 1,000, definitely more than 1,000 people out there, you kind of go, wait a minute. Let's pick up that momentum. Let's continue that momentum. It's just great to be back in the sense of interacting with patriots. It's something I talk about, as you guys may know, at the studio a lot. I'm always like, I can't wait to interact with we the people, because that's what this is all about, the freedom of our country. And for some reason, President Trump, with this great speech last Thursday night, a national primetime address, and of course, what we have here are extra lights being put on, but that's okay. We got it. What all I can say is that speech on Thursday night was quite awesome. But some of the mainstream networks decided not to air the speech. What are they afraid of? That's the main question that I would ask the mainstream media. What are you afraid of? Why not air President Trump's speech? I still can't believe that the 47th President of the United States, speaking with authority and having the evidence, the receipts, the truth, all the things needed, and networks decide not to cover something like that. That is getting to be in unprecedented levels of media coverage, as I have approaching maybe 20, 21 years, 22 years in the industry, working in mainstream media, working now, of course, in conservative media, thank God. It's just unbelievable to see that. So anyway, we're going to show you the crowd here because it is awesome. The fact that we're going to go back outside yet with some of the recordings from just within the hour. But I'm going to move out of the way. Let's take a look here in Marietta, Georgia. Again, this is just outside of Atlanta. A great gymnasium here. Both sides of the gymnasium soon to be packed, already filling up. The floor seating packed. That same rally vibe or electricity, I just didn't think I'd be saying the word electricity because, again, I was thinking that this was going to be a smaller venue. I thought this was going to be a remarks, a speech by the president, which is fine, and there's still electricity in those environments. But when you bring this kind of venue, when you bring the amount of people that are outside chanting USA, and yes, I assisted with some of those chants because I'm a patriot just like everybody in here. We all want our country to succeed. We all want President Trump to succeed. We all want freedom in our country. We all want the Save America Act to be passed. We all realize that there are more, way more, I'll just say it, of people on the right side of history than not. The mass majority of the country, and this is just a sample of it right here in Georgia. So let's do this. Let's go to a couple clips that we have in store for you, and then we're going to get back outside for some more interviews with the great people of Georgia and various, surrounding areas in the region. There's a new White House video out there making its rounds. That's clip number 7. Let's take a look.
In the end, this team is stronger, smarter, and savvier in the game of leverage and negotiations. And it's always about America first for Trump.
Back and forth through my mind behind a single
All right, back here live in Marietta, Georgia. That is one of the videos right there from the White House. Speaking of, well, the White House, President Trump was just at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, of course, for that dignified transfer that took place at 11 o'clock Eastern time. He also spoke with the press for just a couple minutes as he's on board Air Force One on the way here to Georgia. Before we get into some of the mini press conference that the president just had, let's go to some of our great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including Kalshi.com/RSBN. As you guys know, maybe you don't, maybe you do, but here we go. There's 3 ways to get to Kalshi. You can go to Kalshi.com/RSBN. You can download the app if you'd like. You can also, use the QR code that you see there on the screen. 3 ways to get to Kalshi, of course. A lot of political trending topics to choose from. And if you feel like taking a break from politics, maybe it's Saturday at 4 o'clock, well, guess what? There's sports, music, movies, all sorts of stuff where people are putting money on the line. They're either betting, trading, or just checking out polls. You can do the same if you'd like. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Also, another great sponsor, All Family Pharmacy. Now, there's this parasite out there, 31 states that this parasite has turned up in. It's called the Cyclospora parasite. It's making headlines lately. Health officials are investigating this growing outbreak that has now been reported again in more than half of the U.S. states. The parasite can cause all sorts of awful symptoms. I'm pretty sure most of you guys know some of the symptoms on this, but I'm going to share them with you because that's part of my job. There is nausea, cramps, severe diarrhea, all sorts of stuff. It's also a good reminder that unexpected illness can happen, which is why it's important to have a pharmacy you can count on for easy access to essential medications that can provide a prescription. That's where All Family Pharmacy comes in. They make healthcare simple. You can order medications on their website, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, and they offer antibiotics like Bactam, which is commonly recommended for this infection. They also have more than 400 other prescriptions, medications that you can check out. And one of the best parts about All Family Pharmacy is, if you were to call maybe a box store pharmacy and you have a question about a medication, they're going to put you into a voicemail. Then you got to wait for a call back. Not with All Family Pharmacy. They cut through all that stuff. 561-717-6794, as you see on the bottom of your screen. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. All right, 2 great sponsors there, Kalshi and All Family Pharmacy. Before we head back outside here in Marietta, Georgia, let's go to President Trump in Maryland as he spoke with some of the press within the past couple hours.
Our heroes, and they are indeed great heroes. They said, and all of them said very strongly, we can't not let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them. And one of the hardest things to do, for me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president, but has to be done.
As we go to honor these soldiers, do you have an update on the investigation as to how they were killed in Jordan?
No, they're doing that. That'll be released. You know what? Well, they're going to pay a big price. They're being decimated.
Is that report inaccurate,
sir?
What do you say to the families of these fallen soldiers? When Americans are wrongly against this war, how do you ask them to accept?
Well, Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. That just came out loud and clear in a poll. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? You think it's good? Go ahead.
You will speak to the families. What will you say to them today?
All I'm going to say is, we love you, we love your child, and that's what they are to them. They're their children. There's no games, no nothing. That's their child. And all you can do is throw out your heart. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Marietta, Georgia, as we get ready for President Trump here, as he, of course, just spoke to the press there for a little bit at JBA, Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, on his way to Marietta, speaking at 3 o'clock Eastern. The pre-program to start around 1:30. Of course, Representative Mike Collins, who President Trump endorsed for Senate, will be speaking, among other key endorsements and others here in the Peach State. Now, also, earlier today, at 11 o'clock this morning, President Trump participated in a dignified military transfer. Now, there's no audio on this next tape that we're going to play, but let's go to clip number 14 now. Again, this was at Joint Base Andrews. President Trump there for about 1 minute and 30 seconds of the video that we have. Let's toss to that right now. Welcome back to Marietta, Georgia. Thanks so much for live streaming or watching on replay later. Of course, President Trump on his way to Georgia. 3 o'clock is the start time for his speech. You know, speaking of speeches, that was quite the speech last Thursday night at the White House in the East Room, clearly talking about evidence, facts, receipts when it comes to the 2020 election. There is an uphill climb of sorts to get everything fixed when it comes to the election system. That, per the president. There are a number of statements that the White House has made regarding those various steps that would be needed to take. But let's go with the problem first before we get to the solution. The White House saying, quote, "The U.S. election system is broken." The disclosures reveal a number of problems. Hundreds of millions of American voter files in the hands of foreign governments. Voting machines and ballot counting systems exposed to hacking and manipulation. China and other adversaries actively trying to meddle in elections. Let me just stop there quickly. Do you remember 2020? Of course you do. We saw that Biden was in the basement somehow campaigning, and then when he would show up, there would be 6 people and they would all be in circles. And then you go to a Trump rally, and it's a packed house. We saw the momentum from President Trump in the first administration. It was momentum carrying into that 2020 election. And somehow, some way, every swing state went to Joe Biden. What was it, 77 million votes, 81 million votes? What was it? It was 81 million votes, wasn't it? We know what happened there in 2020 without even having to get into any of those evidence and receipts anymore, because President Trump just unveiled it to the country, and no wonder the mainstream media is like, I don't want to touch that. It's the truth. We don't cover the truth. Isn't that the truth right there? Evidence of fraud being buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people still on those voter rolls. We saw the mistake recently with the Garden State. The governor there, Mickey Sherrill, had to talk about 6,600 people that were illegal aliens that were somehow on the voter rolls registered to vote. She said this was before her, term as governor. Fine. But it's just these little snapshots that we keep seeing outside of all of the evidence that President Trump talked about and the great work from then DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard uncovering all of this. How about no voter ID or proof of citizenship required? Hint, hint, the Save America Act. We need that, right? Tens of millions of mail-in ballots floating unsecure, and I think that's one of the worst ones. We remember with COVID, that was one of the main ways to vote, right? Send in your ballots. Nobody's going to stuff extra ballots in any boxes, don't worry. Nobody in this state of Georgia is going to hide any ballots underneath tables with the black tablecloths. Nothing's going to happen. No water main breaks are going to everything's going to be fine. I can really tee up the solution to this mess in 4 words. The Save America Act. The Save America Act. So we'll see what happens now since President Trump made that announcement on Thursday night. Of course, there's a lot of other news going on. The Iranian conflict, which I believe we have an interview coming up with somebody that's a Trump supporter from Iran here in Marietta, Georgia. Speaking of that, why don't we go there now? This is our second interview segment with the Patriots outside. But before we get to that, let's go to some of our sponsors first. FreeDogGiftUSA.com. FreeDogGiftUSA.com is the website that you'll see on the bottom of your screen there. And of course, this is pretty awesome because the Kids Guide always really been with RSBN when it comes to the various rallies that we have here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So specifically, you can go to FreeUSADogGift.com. There are a couple different guides that they have out there. One is the Kids Guide to the Founders Furry Friends, and also the Founders Message for Today. So both kids guides you can get for free right there. Of course, our founding fathers, they had dogs too, right? So the point is, how can we better celebrate the America's 250th birthday, Freedom 250, and for all the kids out there, the youth, to learn about our history? So this is one way to do it. FreeUSADogGift.com. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as it is getting louder and louder here in Marietta, Georgia. So Tax Network USA is one of our next great sponsors. Of course, TNUSA.com/RSBN. That phone number that you see on the screen there is 877-479-6503. However your tax issue started, really you can get some peace of mind with Tax Network USA. These are some great patriots. They'll pick up the call and they'll assist you with this clear case plan, and they'll have an investigation call with the IRS with you on the line as well. So if you have any back taxes or you just missed filing one of the years, this is a group that will help you along the way, give you that financial peace of mind. Tax Network USA, TNUSA.com/RSBN. Two great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go from inside to outside as we are here in Marietta, Georgia. Let's go there now. And we're back out here in Marietta, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. Quite the crowd today. This has to be in the thousands at this point. And I don't think the venue is holding even that many people. So we'll see how it goes inside. But outside, it is, again, a rally vibe that I haven't seen in quite some time, because only one reason. I've been in the studio, of course. But we've been seeing some great coverage over the past few months for various speeches. But it is great to be back out here with patriots just like yourselves, watching Right Side Broadcasting Network, and to hear so many people say, you know what, I'm not a big fan of the mainstream media. I'm glad that you guys are out here giving shout outs to various conservative media outlet groups, including ours. So pretty awesome to see that. So what we're going to do is we're going to interview a few people here, and then we'll toss it right back inside as we get closer and closer to that pre-program starting, and also to President Trump speaking at 3 o'clock. Before we get all of that kick-started, let's go to a few of our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including Tax Network USA. All you have to do is go to TNUSA.com/RSBN. That's the first thing to do. Or if you'd like, you can always give them a call at 877-479-6503. You know, a lot of times people that are calling Tax Network USA maybe have some back taxes, or, you know, didn't get to file their taxes for years. Well, Tax Network USA, great patriots, great group of people that will help you have that financial peace of mind, because we know the IRS, they're not waiting. They're taking care of their thing with all sorts of steps that the IRS could take. So however your tax issue started, Tax Network USA has really helped more than a lot of people, but more than $1 billion in tax debt. They have assisted with getting game plans going for people that have back taxes, giving them that financial peace of mind. So you see that number on the screen, tnusa.com/RSBN. Also, freeusadoggift.com. And I've been talking about this in the studio a little bit. I was saying how our dog has been out of town with the grandparents recently because my wife and I, we have 2 young ones, and the dog, it was a little bit rough to have them both in the same house, but the dog is back visiting this week with the family. So it's great to have our puppy Willow, a Yorkie, back. But outside of all that, it is the dog days of summer. And you guys, if you'd like, as we celebrate America 250, Freedom 250, there's some great kids guides out there that you can check out right there at freeusadoggift.com, freeusadoggift.com. So a couple great in just a bit, but let's get to some of the Patriots here, and let's start it off right with a little bit of a USA chant. It's always fun, so here we go. All right, let's chant USA. Are you guys ready to chant USA? 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
Let's go, Brit! All right, here we go. We're going to do some interviews. Anybody wants to talk, come on over. Hello, guys. How are you? Come on over, guys. Hello. Oh, let me see it. What does it say there? Oh, wow. 2024. Save America. Wow, that's awesome, man. Save America again. Oh, that's a great, that's really good. I like that. I'm going to have to post that later on Truth Social. Why don't you guys come on over? Your thoughts about the United States, President Trump, freedom?
Trump is good. We're ready for 2028. Shout out to Salt Lake City, my hometown, Utah, and everybody here in Marietta, Georgia. We're happy to have you, Donald Trump, out here. We're here for support the Latino communities, Latino for Trump. We're here supporting for 2028. We got your support, and I'm happy to be here. I'm glad you guys are here. I love your show, sir. I'm glad you're here. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for being a great patriot in this country. Hello, guys. Come on over. Come on over. Hello, everybody. What's your guys' name?
My name is Jana.
Okay. Tell us about being here and seeing the leader of the free world, President Trump, soon.
I mean, it's my first time. I'm really excited to see President Trump and hear his speech. Hopefully he can make our country great again, and I'm really happy to be here and support him.
Awesome. And are you related to her? My mom. Hello, hello. So yeah, your thoughts about being here in Marietta, Georgia, to see President Trump?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So I hope that the speech is going to be great. Everybody going to be excited and happy to see him. So we love him so much. Yeah.
Great leader of the free world.
Leader of the world. Yeah, 100%.
Let's go to these guys. Thanks, guys. Hello, how are you guys? Where are you from?
Marietta.
Oh, yeah, awesome. So right here in Marietta, Georgia. We're thinking about checking out downtown a little bit. Just, any restaurant recommendations in Marietta that you know of?
Yep, Max Seafood on the square, and they have another Italian restaurant. Both excellent.
That's awesome. Can you get his attention for a second? Your shirt is awesome.
Oh, you like it?
I want to ask her a quick question. So your thoughts about his shirt right there. We the people, 250 years of freedom. Sir, I'm about to buy that off you.
I know, right? This is amazing. Beautiful shirt, beautiful words. And we're very grateful for America and Trump and what he's doing for our country.
So you bought that shirt because obviously you love the United States of America. And I love that shirt a lot, seriously. That's what it's all about.
It got a lot of invested in the United States.
Tell us more about that.
My uncles died in World War II for the United States. One of them died in the Pacific and one of them died in Europe. And so and my father was in World War II also. He was in the Navy. So I grew up around military bases, never was in the military, but I think the people who actually paid the price for freedom should be respected. And I think that I'm not really delighted at all the interlopers who've not paid anything and come here for welfare. Said in the old days, back in the turn of the century, people were not on welfare, so we welcomed them. Now we import them and they're on welfare. And so everything has changed. It's not the same system as it used to be.
Your thoughts about the Save America Act, voter ID, proof of citizenship, less mail-in ballots. I mean, that's needed, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think Trump said it earlier, which is what most people think. Once you have people who are bona fide citizens of the United States vote, the Democrats are going to be in trouble because a lot of people have knowledge and they have experience, and they also have a lot invested in the United States. We all pay taxes, and it's very important, so.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at that shirt again. We the people, 250 years of freedom. This is what it's about, a government of, by, and for all of us. Am I right about it? Right? USA all day, right? What's up, guys? How's everybody? Come on in. Where are you from?
I'm originally Iranian, so we are the Iranians of supporters of President Trump.
Awesome.
Yes, so this is our leader, actually. Right now, so we are in the middle of Lion and Sun Revolution in Iran, and President Trump is helping us to get to the final battle and final fight. So we would like to thank him so much for helping us. He told us help is on the way, and I guess the help is coming. Thank you so much, President Trump. We will support you all the way. Whatever you say, we trust you. We trust you so much. We love you, and we are here to support him.
And why is it important to get the job done?
Because we would like to get rid of Islamic Republic of Iran. They are the ones who support terrorism. They actually create terrorism in the world. So we want them to be gone. So the world will be a better place for everyone.
I have a question for you. We talk about Sharia law sometimes, and I'm not really talking about Islam, really, even though it comes from Islam. But it is a law, right, in that faith. Do you agree with the United States constitutional law staying here in this country, or Sharia law is okay to be here too?
No Sharia law, no nothing. I understand that this is part of the America's constitution, that you may have any religion or no religion at all, but that should be it. So it should not be a new law coming in, just let people to do craziest stuff. Unfortunately, if there are terrorism or anything bad comes out of a law, whatever name that is, that has to be gone. This is about people's safety and security. This is not about anybody's religion. So no, I disagree with all of that.
Thank you so much. Thanks for talking with us. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right. So great to talk to a bunch of patriots here. Hello. How are you? Who? All right. You want to bring them on over? Go ahead and bring them on over for us. What's going on, man? What's going on? Where are you guys from?
I'm from Gainesville, Georgia.
Okay. Awesome. Welcome to Marietta. Nice hat, by the way. I've seen that hat on the site there. It's a good hat. Your thoughts about the president, freedom, the late great Charlie Kirk, that kind of thing?
Man, I love our president. I love what he's been doing with our country, and I really appreciate that. He's looking for a brighter future, not only for our generations now, but for generations to come. He's planning for the future, and that's what I enjoy so much.
So, do you surprise yourself? How old are you?
I'm 16, sir.
Do you surprise yourself that you know the stuff that you just talked about? Because a lot of people, they're not, maybe at 16. I know at 16, I was like playing football. I wasn't really into politics, but you are.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
I mean, my parents instilled a lot on me, to be fair. But also, I've just always been really passionate about politics. I've been to Teen Pact, which is a leadership organization, to just learn more about the government processes, and it really influenced me, and it's wanted me to be a better citizen and understand how the government works so I can approach it the right way and try and play the system to help it how it's supposed to go.
Awesome. What's your first name?
Levi.
So this is Congressman Levi, right? Maybe?
Hopefully, maybe someday.
No, it's not. Congressman Levi from Georgia right here. No, I'm not kidding. Good job, man. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
That was cool stuff. Let's walk over this way a little bit and check out the rest of the crowd here. This is quite the crowd in Marietta today. Again, this is Wednesday. It's July 22nd. It's the middle of the day, and the place is packed. Now, inside is awesome as well, with the gymnasium kind of atmosphere that we're about to see and experience when President Trump takes the stage. This is going to be honest with you guys, this is surprising me because I thought it was going to be a smaller kind of remarks speech. This is a Donald Trump RSBN rally. That's what this is today. Pretty awesome to see it. So great to be here with everybody, all the Patriots here, as everybody's some people are waving here as we're live right now. So let's go over and talk to that crew right there, and then we'll go through a couple of our sponsors. Actually, before we go to them, let's go to a couple sponsors. Actually, it's a good idea to take care of our friends that sponsor us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, specifically All Family Pharmacy. Of course, this new parasite that's out there, Cyclospora, has affected more than 31 states across our union. Bactam is the medicine that you can get to prevent or knock out this parasite that's causing all sorts of problems out there. So you can do that by going to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Again, get that 10% off by using the RSBN 10 promo code. That always goes a long way. And if you're looking for ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, or just ibuprofen, or all sorts of medications, they have it right there. Great American pharmacy. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Let's also go to Birch Gold Group. Specifically, if you text Trump to 989898, you'll get that free info kit all about gold. You know, at the end of the day, what we're looking at is the fact that that gold standard back in the 70s, well, it's just not here anymore. But gold is a great backup plan, great way to diversify, especially for your retirement savings. You might be saying, I don't have the extra few dollars right now to purchase gold. Makes sense, I hear you. But still, if you have a retirement savings, you can always look into the IRA, 401k. They can always convert that for you with Birch Gold Group. So just text Trump to 989898 for that free info kit. Great sponsors here on Right Side. Let's talk to some more Patriots here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. What's up, guys? How's everybody? Hey, are you guys all one family here or what?
Friends.
Okay, cool. What is not the school here, right?
No, we go to Johns Creek.
Okay, cool. Your thoughts about being here to see President Donald Trump?
It's great. Happy to be here.
Really excited, yeah.
So at school, do people talk about politics? Do people talk about this kind of stuff or not really?
A little bit. We have a club called Club America.
Johns Creek. President here. We have the secretary and our treasurer. So this year's going to be a great year. We're trying to get a lot of new members. It's going to be awesome. You know what I mean? We're just going to get out here, get some support together. Yeah.
You know, it's cool. It's cool to see people like organizing like this. Again, I wasn't involved and I didn't organize like this like you guys are doing back in the day. But why do you do what you do, though, as the president of this political group at your school?
Oh, I don't know. It's a way to get the word out there, you know, spread the word, get everybody involved. And it's a good way to remember Charlie Kirk's legacy.
Let's talk about the late, great Charlie Kirk. How awesome was he, man? He was awesome, wasn't he?
Yeah, so tired. Definitely.
Any thoughts?
He's great.
Yeah, no, definitely. All right, let's look at everybody here. And anybody want to chant USA one more time? Actually, come on in. Oh, this one right here. Come here.
USA! USA!
Hello. What's your name?
Karen Poe.
Nice to meet you. I like that shirt. That's a good shirt.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's it like being here among patriots and people that just love God, family, country?
It's amazing. Amazing. I love God, family, country. Put God first always. And we love Trump. So, glad to be here. Glad to be here. Yes.
This is the first time for everybody in here?
No, my fourth time.
Fourth time.
I'm here for my son.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Can you tell us the story?
Yes, my son, Jeremy LeBeau from Noonan, Georgia, 32, died from fentanyl poisoning. It's almost 5 years ago, so anybody that's against fentanyl and all this mess, that's who I'm voting for, and that's who I'm with.
Right. It's shutting down the borders, stopping the drug trade, and all of that. I'm sorry for your loss.
A lot of us moms.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you so much for talking with us. Wow. It's not easy to talk to people that, go through so many heartaches like that. But, sir, how you doing? Come on in. That hat, your hat, is one of the best MAGA hats I've ever seen. That's an actual trucker hat.
I pulled it off my rack. I haven't used it in a while. So, yeah, I'll just live right around the corner. And it's a chance of a lifetime to come respect our president. And whether you like him or not, the program he's introducing is going to help every child in the United States.
Yeah, the Trump accounts. There's a lot going on right now in our country. We just celebrated 250 years of freedom. How do we get another 250 years of freedom?
Just continue putting people like him in office. Yeah, and I don't know if I'll live that long myself, but yeah, I don't know. We're doing a good job there.
The Save America Act would be great to see too, but also, how about locally here? Are there any issues just locally in Marietta that you think that need a national spotlight on? Anything with trafficking, anything like that too?
I'm not familiar with all that, but I can tell you that Save America Act would definitely, if you got to show your ID to show up for a rally, you need to show ID to vote. Yeah.
Amen to that. Thank you, sir. What's your name? Gene, nice to meet you. Thank you, sir. Well, good stuff there. Let's keep moving on. How you doing? I love this shirt, man. I love this shirt.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
You're still dressed so beautifully for this event.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
A little bit warm to dress this hot. I should be wearing that.
We appreciate you coming, doing the great thing for America. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So tell us about your love for the United States.
Yeah. We moving here. We are so proud of America doing, especially right now, Trump doing something. If you look at the European, the ways we not should be, Trump doing right thing to correct it, And we see that Georgia become purple. We needed to come show up to do the right thing for the country. We are so lucky. Thank you so much for doing the great thing. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for speaking with us, spending the time there. Nice shirt there. Hello, what's up, man? Nice hat, dude.
Thank you.
So tell us about this and the fact that, have you ever seen President Trump in person before?
No, but I've seen him on TV a lot of times.
Yeah.
Because my parents love Trump, and I think he is a great president, and I do want him to make America better.
Yeah, and that's what he's working on, is making America great again. So that's pretty cool, man. That's cool that you're here and you're going to see the president for the first time. Are you excited?
Yes.
Awesome, man. Thanks so much. All right, take care. All right, good stuff. All right, well, let's move on and talk to maybe a couple more people, but we do have to get to a couple more sponsors. But again, the crowd size here in Marietta, Georgia. Again, this is prior to President Trump's speech. He's going to be speaking at 3 o'clock Eastern. 1:30 is about the time for the pre-program to start. And so it's good times here in Marietta, and it's not too hot. There's a light breeze. There's a little bit of cloud cover. So people like myself wearing a full suit and a tie, I'm more thinking about ahead inside the cooler arena and all of that. But anyway, so let's go to a couple of sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'll step over here. Kalshi.com/RSBN. There's a lot of trending topics on there, political, election topics, whether it's sports too, weather, all sorts of stuff. Good stuff. So back to Kalshi.com/RSBN. I always like when it's a organic, USA chant instead of me, starting it. But it doesn't matter. I'm a citizen too, right? So it's kind of fun to do it. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Back to that. So there's 3 ways to get to Kalshi. The QR code. You can go to Kalshi.com/RSBN, or you can download the app. And again, a lot of trending topics on there. You could bet, you could trade, you could just check out the polls as we talk about here on the network a lot. Also, CovePure.com/RSBN. Now, you might get a little bit of sticker shock at the bottom. You'll see $250 off. Well, here's the thing. The investment into clean, healthy drinking water is what it's about. At the end of the day, do you want to have tap water where there's chlorine in there, PFAs, THMs, all of these terrible things? Including pharmaceuticals, and the list goes on. Well, with CovePure, 99.9% of the contaminants, sayonara, see you later. They do a much better job than those pitcher filters that you see at the store there. So it's definitely worth it. At least check out CovePure.com/RSBN. $250 off to our viewers here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's do this. I think it's time to send it back into the arena. President Trump about to speak at 3 o'clock Eastern. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's send it back there.
It's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Piers 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Welcome back to Marietta, Georgia. Right now, Matthew Alvarez, thanks so much for joining us on RSBN Live, looking at the Georgia state flag. Of course, the sign there saying Georgia welcomes President Donald J. Trump. And if you want to take a look at the scoreboard, too, 45 and 47. And then, of course, 2026. Pretty cool stuff here at Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. Only about 25, 30 minutes to the northwest. President Trump to speak at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Also 1:30, so about 10 minutes or so, is the pre-program. At least it's scheduled to start at 1:30. Now, since this has been a rally vibe or a rally style of coverage, that would mean President Trump would speak 2 hours later. The 1:30 would start later as well. We'll see what happens. But we do know President Trump is on the way here. And we've always learned to stretch whenever we know if President Trump would be a little bit late, but he is the President of the United States. So we will hold down the fort from now until we see the President. Of course, there are a number of video clips that we're going to share with you guys within that 24/7 news cycle. A lot going on out there, including just yesterday. We saw President Trump meet with the Lebanese leader, Joseph Aoun. Here is a recap video from the White House. Let's take a look at that now.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with the president of Lebanon. He's highly respected in his country and actually long beyond his country, and the relationship is very good. I think that Lebanon has been a very mistreated country for a long period of time. It's an amazing group of people, so it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here.
Now, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that.
All right, so the president, of course, meeting with the Lebanese leader just yesterday in the Oval Office at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, of course, we're on the road here with Right Side Broadcasting Network to see the president speak here at 3 o'clock. Right over my shoulder, of course, the president will be here with some great music in the background. I was speaking with my camera operator on the way to this event, and I was wondering, I said, are we going to have the rally-style playlist? Well, we are. It's pretty cool to see it, or hear it at least. So anyway, let's get back to a few other things that we're seeing out there within the 24/7 news cycle, you know, including, since today's Wednesday, let's do a way back Wednesday. Why not, right? So the White House Rapid Response 47 page alerted us to the fact that just yesterday marked 10 years since Donald J. Trump announced his or accepted his nomination for President of the United States. Now, before we get to that RNC video, you think about the RNC in the sense of September 9th and September 10th. There's a midterm RNC national convention. That's something that is unprecedented. This is something that I don't think I've seen. Have you? A midterm convention with the RNC. Usually it's the presidential cycles, as we talk about, day in and day out, with the midterms coming up in less than 4 months from now. So a midterm national convention, September 9th, September 10th, Dallas, Texas, where the Dallas Stars and the Dallas Mavericks play. So that'll be quite the event as well. But outside of events, we have to see things like the Save America Act pass. I mean, we saw the case before us. President Trump, the commander-in-chief, last Thursday night, in a national primetime address that, of course, the mainstream media, most of them, didn't want to cover. They either flat out didn't cover it, or they covered a little bit of it. And then when President Trump started showing the receipts or the evidence by speaking about it and then telling people that they can go to the White House webpage for more information, that's when some of our friends, jokingly, said, okay, we're going to have to pull back coverage from that and let's go and talk about something else, because what President Trump's talking about is nonsense. Well, it's not. It was so bad to the fact that Carolyn Levitt at the press briefing the other day was asked questions from reporters prior to President Trump's speech. Why doesn't President Trump just give this up already? Joe Biden's the one that won that election in 2020. And I'm there rolling my eyes. I'm like, man, these guys, how about they give it up and they stop lying to the American people? Thank God for conservative media. Thank God for people on the right side of history. Thank God for all those patriots that I interviewed outside. If you're just joining us now, if we have time, we may go back to some of that coverage. It just all depends on the timing with the president. But let's just take a look right now at some of the patriots here in Marietta, Georgia, live right now as we are getting ready to see the commander-in-chief here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, always good to interview some great patriots out there. We're going to get to some other videos as well. As I mentioned, yesterday marked exactly 10 years since President Trump officially accepted the nomination to run for president of the United States. Let's go to clip 10 right now and check that out on this Way Back Wednesday.
Friends, delegates, and fellow Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States. USA, USA, USA.
Well, there you go. 10 years ago, the President of the United States, or at least at that moment, candidate Donald J. Trump, officially accepting the nomination. 10 years ago. And it's only 2026 in the sense of we have some more years left here. And what we're ideally going to see is more wins, specifically within our election system, as President Trump talked about just the other night. Now, before we get to Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking about the Iranian conflict, let's go to a couple of our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including mypillow.com/RSBN. Of course, as you see, the great Mike Lindell. President Trump just recently endorsing Mike for governor in Minnesota. August 11th is that primary election date. This after President Trump just endorsed, of course, a while ago, Andy Biggs, as Arizona just had their primary election just yesterday. But back to the point, mypillow.com/RSBN, some great products, as you guys know. And if you don't know, you might want to try a few. They're pretty good stuff, trust me. mypillow.com/RSBN, great sponsor here on Right Side. A longtime sponsor. You know, thinking about all of the times that, and we can go to actually our donate page too if you'd like, but thinking about all of those times that we were live right here at Media Risers all across the country, where Mike Lindell would all of a sudden appear and we'd interview him for 20 minutes or so. But it was great to see that. And if you'd like to donate to Right Side outside of going to MyPillow.com and purchasing some great gifts, you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. As we're not bought and paid for by some woke corporation out there, we have some great sponsorships. And those of you that donate, thank you so much for doing so. And those of you that we talk to, or I talk to in the live chat when we're on sometimes, thank you so much for watching today's live stream broadcast, watching it on replay, wherever you're watching, from coast to coast, also the Mountain Time Zone, the Central Time Zone, wherever you're watching this broadcast, maybe outside of the country in some cases. Thank you for watching. Again, this is a fight for freedom. President Trump said it on J13 of 2024, for the American people to fight. Now, when we see that within the framework of legally, lawfully, and spiritually, we're going to fight for our freedom. One way we can do that is with our words within this thing called the information war. We want to win. We want to speak about God, family, country. We want to speak about our need for the Save America Act. We want to air our opinions because that is one of the greatest amendments, or in the Bill of Rights, of course, with the Constitution, our First Amendment. And thank God for our First and Second Amendment. Thank God for our Constitution all together. Let's go now to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who recently spoke about the Iranian conflict. Let's go to the clip number 11.
I just want to reiterate once again, the United States is always committed to diplomacy. We are open-minded and always willing to engage in negotiated settlements of differences. And that remains true in the case of Iran. Unfortunately, as of now, despite their direct outreaches, and Iran has been reaching out to the United States both directly and indirectly to engage in talks about settling the differences with regards to what's happening in that part of the world. Unfortunately, so far, even though we have reached agreements, they have not kept their commitments. And as the President stated earlier today, I guess, today Washington time, yesterday our time here now, the problem we're having right now is that they're not serious about talks. If they're serious, we're serious. If they're not, then we will do what is necessary to protect that, our interest and also the interest of our allies. At its core, it's very simple. Iran demands the right, which they do not have under any existing legal mechanism, to control the transit of traffic through the Straits of Hormuz. This is an international waterway. And of all the regions in the world, the one I don't need to teach about the importance of freedom of navigation in international waterways, it is this region. And if we create a precedent in the Middle East where a nation state can decide that they are going to control an international waterway, charge a toll, and if you don't pay them, blow up your ships, we have created a very dangerous precedent which will repeat itself in other parts of the world, including in this region. So what is at stake here is not simply the issue of what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz. It's a very fundamental principle about freedom of navigation. And if that is threatened, then I think the global economy is threatened, and the rules which have underpinned 150 years of international trade and commerce are also threatened. And that cannot be allowed to happen. But as I said, the United States remains open and willing to engage in positive, constructive negotiations and talks, so long as the commitments that are made are kept. And when those commitments are not kept, which is what's happened in this particular case, then there will be consequences. And that has to happen. If these consequences did not exist, then today we would be living in a world where the significant percentage of the energy supply of this region and 20% of the energy supply of the world is being held hostage by a nation state, by a rogue regime who intends to appropriate that and the right of tolling and controlling that shipping to itself, a right they do not have under any definition of international laws, particularly those that govern maritime transit.
All right, so let's go from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who recently talked about a number of things that we have seen over the years. Under the Biden administration, we know that our U.S. armed forces, our military, was under woke policies. It was very weak. It is not weak any longer. Let's go to clip number 5 as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth talked about that.
This is rebuilding our military from what was not funded in the past under the Biden administration. So this is from 2026, one big beautiful bill, which helped move the president's priorities like Golden Dome for America, move away from all the woke priorities of what the Biden administration was pursuing, give us a chance to start cutting these deals on munitions, all the things that the president wanted us to focus on: shipbuilding, hypersonics. I mean, the Biden administration ignored hypersonics. They just decided to pretend like that technology didn't exist and we shouldn't invest in it. There are things. I don't know what Lloyd Austin did for 4 years. I really don't.
Well, sure
the amount of neglect, the amount of stale thinking and bureaucracy was staggering when we took over. So one big beautiful bill gave us a chance to get caught back up.
Let me interrupt your speech for a minute, Mr. Secretary. It's my turn to ask questions.
Welcome back. This is Marietta, Georgia. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, at every rally or at every event, there is some great signage from the White House here. We're seeing powering the American dream, powering the American dream. And this place on both sides of this gymnasium here at this high school, Wheeler High School in Marietta, is packed. The floor seating getting packed as well. A lot of people around. And I'm sure there may be some more people outside. Now, behind the media rise, there's something we won't be able to show you because of all the cameras and lights and all that, is also packed. So quite the crowd here as we are live here on Right Side. So it's great to see it. Meantime, we're going to go to clip 13 because outside, the crowd broke out and singing the national anthem hours before this event. Let's take a look at that. Welcome back to Marietta, Georgia. Thanks so much for watching. We're about to get to that dignified transfer once again, where President Trump was just at Joint Base Andrews at 11 o'clock this morning. We'll go to that in just a minute. Of course, all of this brought to you by some great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including All Family Pharmacy. You've probably been hearing about this cyclospora parasite that's been making headlines lately. Health officials are investigating this growing outbreak that has now been reported in more than half of U.S. states. And the parasite can cause all sorts of horrible, horrible symptoms. So one of the medications that All Family Pharmacy has here is called Bactim. Bactim will take this parasite and get it right out of your system. All you have to do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, because some of those symptoms, as listed here, are the following: severe diarrhea, stomach cramps, nausea, and fatigue. It's a really good reminder that unexpected illnesses can happen, which is why it's important to have a pharmacy you can count on for easy access to essential medications and physicians that you can talk to as well. You'll see that number on the bottom of your screen. This is a number that, you know, with these other box stores out there, when it comes to pharmacies, you might have to leave a voicemail. They might call you back in an hour. All Family Pharmacy, they're on top of their game. They're also an independent American pharmacy, really rooted in medical freedom in the sense of back in 2020, this whole, the COVID fiasco, you couldn't get ivermectin very easily. Well, that birthed All Family Pharmacy. They've been around for a minute, doing great things for patriots, including having more than 400 medications where you guys can actually just fill out a quick form, and then if it's approved from their doctors and pharmacists, you'll get that medication shipped directly to your door. So just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Next one is Birch Gold Group. Of course, we wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Alexander Hamilton built America's financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. Of course, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen the inflation basically erode the value of the dollar. So to get the ball started here, when it comes to maybe an IRA, a 401k, maybe your retirement savings being converted into precious metals and gold, just text Trump to 989898. You'll get that info kit for free, no obligation. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, 5-star reviews. This is a place, if you're thinking about gold, if you're thinking about precious metals, that's the spot to go right there. Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. Some great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for watching this live stream on Right Side. If you'd like to follow RSBN on X, it's at RSB Network. On Truth Social, it's at RSBN. If you'd like to follow me on X, it's at Matthew US Media. And on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. And a shout out to those of you on Truth Social. You know, I stepped away from Twitter and X and all that when I was in the mainstream media because, to be honest, if I was working for these more of these leftist type of places, not every one of them was so left, and I started posting what I really thought about God, family, and country, you know what I mean? You know, in the sense of just my support for the president, President Trump, Bible scriptures, that kind of thing. I wasn't feeling it back in the day with Twitter. But now that Elon's running the show over at X, back on X, so it's at Matthew US Media. But again, back to Truth Social, it really was reborn there for me to get back onto social media. So those of you that follow on there, thank you so much for doing so. It's kind of a community, a family of patriots. And that's why I love going to events like this, because we get to interact with the people that run this country, right? It's our voice that matters. It's a government of, by, and for the people. And we know we support President Trump, and we want him to keep on keeping on with this Save America Act. He's been talking about it a lot. Of course, he talked about it just that Thursday night, just the other night. So anyway, let's get back to the pre-program.
Cobb County School Superintendent Chris Ragsdale.
All right, so what's up, everybody? Y'all ready? Awesome. So it's my job to welcome you guys, and truly, it is an honor for me to welcome you to the Cobb County School District, the best place to teach, lead, and learn. We're all 20,000 of our team members, many of whom you've met today, make up our one team with one goal: student success. So yes, student success. That's what we're here today to talk about, right? While we do an awesome job as a school district educating all over 100,000 students, it is truly an awesome honor to hear from the president to talk about accounts that are going to not only boost the next generation financially for their success, then we get them in Cobb County and we prepare them for the success as they walk across the stage. So on behalf of the Board of Education, we have 6 out of our 7 members here today. Our board chair, Mr. Randy Scamahorn, Vice Chair David Chastain, Mr. Brad Wheeler, Mr. Chris Tedoro, Mr. Trey Hutchins, Miss Becky Saylor. Thank you for being here today and sharing in this awesome event, and what a truly great honor it is for us to be able to host and welcome the President of the United States, the greatest country on the planet. I think that, board members, I think we need to give out tickets for our public comment right here to all these people today to come to our board meeting tomorrow night, right? I didn't get too much out of that one. All right, so I appreciate you guys being here. And we have an awesome lineup. And again, the President of the United States of America. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Alveda King as she leads us in prayer.
This is going to be quick, so remain standing. I can't call everybody's name, but my brother and sister, Bruce and Sharon Savelle, Ginger Howard, are both here, and I'm so glad. And my boss from USDA, Secretary Brooke Rollins, says hello. I do have a short prayer. You know the drill. So let's do this first. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. All right, praise the Lord. Here's the prayer. Good people leave an inheritance to their children's children. That's Proverbs 13:22. They said I can't call Father President Trump Grandpa Trump. So bless President Trump for leaving this inheritance to the children, for parents and grandparents everywhere, and for our little children. Lord, we repent for the sins of America, but I think regardless of who we are, what ethnicity or political party, maybe we can agree to bless the children of America. So forgive us and bless the babies. Lord, my uncle once said, we may have come over on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. Lord, we really do repent. We love our children and grandchildren. God bless President Trump and parents and grandparents and children all over America. Bless these Trump accounts with success. And God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mia DiMartino to sing our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Fisher Jackson and the Wheeler High School Color Guard as they lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mia DiMartino to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what
what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Senator Brian Strickland.
Good afternoon, Cobb County. How are y'all doing? Man, it is hard to follow that. Don't worry, I'm not going to try to sing. I first want to say thank you to Wheeler High School and the Cobb County School District for welcoming us here today. I don't know about y'all, but I'm very excited to see the president and learn more about what his administration is doing to invest in young people in our country, help people achieve the American dream. While I'm introduced as a state senator and a candidate for attorney general, there's two other titles that I'm much more proud of that I go by at home. One is husband to my wife, Lindsay, who's here today with us. And two is daddy to my boys, Charles Willis, who's 8, and Beechers, who's 6. And when I left this, I did not bring them, don't worry, this stage would be knocked over right now if they were here. But I left this morning, I told my 6-year-old, because he loves President Trump, he's grown up watching President Trump, I said, well, Beecher, I'm going to go get to meet the president. He goes, oh. He said, well, don't let him see your socks. I was like, well, what's wrong with my socks? I thought they were pretty good. He said, he likes fancy socks. So I guess the socks I wore today were not meeting his standard, but proud to be with you all today. And as a dad, any parent knows, there are things you worry about every day. You worry constantly, am I doing enough to make sure my kids get the same opportunities that I got growing up? This is the conversations that happen around kitchen tables at night, all around our country, of course, around our state. When kids are in bed, parents sit down and say, am I making enough money to even pay for childcare? Is it worth even working? And making the right decisions when it comes to education for my kids. And most importantly, are my kids going to be safe? President Trump is continuing his efforts to make certain that families have the ability to pass along that American dream to their kids with the Trump accounts. And I'm very proud to be a part of this event today as he announces this here in Georgia. And despite all the noise coming from the press, coming from DC, coming from those wonderful protesters outside we waved at coming in, this is real investment in the American dream. This is real investment in American families. And I'm proud to put my name behind this kind of work. And I'm proud to be joined by a lot of our colleagues here in the Georgia General Assembly with us today and following me or other statewide candidates on our ticket this year. Together, we've worked on meaningful change for working families in Georgia, delivered on child care affordability, taking on gangs and human traffickers, stopping the spread of fentanyl and other drugs that come across from an open border under Joe Biden's policy, standing up for our foster care families and families with special needs, finding ways to give money back to our families because we trust them more versus enriching and growing government. That's what we've done here in Georgia. We've done more than just talk the talk. We have walked the walk with real results. And it's only fitting that the president's here with us today. The most conservative estimate I've read is that 129 people choose to relocate from other states in our country and move to Georgia every single day. Isn't that crazy? 129 people. And most of them are coming from blue states like New York and California, states where the governments have priced them out with their wacko, crazy policies. They told them, we know more than the government than you know about how to make decisions for your family, how to educate your kids. They've come from these insane states, and they've come to Georgia for a reason, because in Georgia, we do things differently. And in November, we have a big decision to make. We'll get to choose between those that have fought for and passed the policies that made Georgia a refuge for people around our country. Or we can vote for partisan activists who want to remake Georgia into a place that we won't recognize. In my race for Attorney General, we have a clear choice. You can vote for a proven workhorse that's taken my life experience as a dad and grown up on a farm in Henry County and delivered on legislation after legislation to help families in our state. Or we have my opponent in my race, a New York lawyer activist that has the endorsement of Fani Willis, versus our campaign that has over 100 elected law enforcement officials, Republicans and Democrats from across our state that's backing us. So I look forward to seeing you all on the campaign trail soon, because we have to get this right. The problem we have is so many of these folks that are coming from these blue states aren't checking their politics at the door when they get here. And I look forward to going out there making the case as to why Georgia is doing things right and why we should not bring those policies to our state. So thank you for showing up today. And once again, thank you, President Trump, for pushing concrete policies that directly help families like my own make sure that our kids can truly achieve the American dream. I look forward to being an Attorney General that's going to fight for your family just as hard as I fight for my own. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Representative Tim Fleming.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first, I want to thank Wheeler High School for hosting this event today. And I also want to thank Superintendent Ragsdale for his strong leadership. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Isn't it great to be in Cobb County today with President Donald J. Trump? Mr. President, thank you for your leadership and your courage, and for always putting America first. Just a few weeks ago, President Trump announced the Trump Accounts program, a bold investment into America's future. Every child born between 2025 and 2028 will receive a $1,000 investment to help jumpstart their financial future. That's conservative leadership. It's about creating opportunity, not dependence. It's about giving every child a chance to succeed, because when America families succeed, America succeeds. Thank you. And that's exactly the kind of leadership I want to bring to Georgia as your next Secretary of State. Now, most people think of the Secretary of State's office only oversees elections. That is certainly one of the most important responsibilities that the Secretary of State holds. But this office also serves millions of Georgians through professional licensing, business services, and customer support. The people of Georgia deserve someone who understands every part of that job. And that's why in this race for Secretary of State, experience matters. The Secretary of State's office isn't a place for on-the-job training. On day one, the next Secretary of State will oversee our elections, protect the integrity of every legal vote, serve millions of Georgians, and lead one of the largest constitutional offices in the state of Georgia. I've already done the job. See, I served as Deputy Secretary of State for almost 8 years under then Secretary of State Brian Kemp. I have helped lead the 250-person agency. We strengthened election security, protected voter ID, modernized professional licensing, and improved customer service for the people of Georgia. Today, I continue that fight in the Georgia House of Representatives. I've been tested. I've delivered the results. And on day one, I will be ready to lead, not learn like my opponent will have to. I also appreciate President Trump's leadership in championing the Save America Act. The principle could not be simpler. Only America's citizens should vote in American elections. Now, can we all agree that's just common sense? As your next Secretary of State, I will work to strengthen voter ID, ensure our voter rolls are clean, enforce Georgia elections law, and make sure every legal vote counts, and only every legal vote counts. Because if people do not trust our elections, they will not trust their government. And under my leadership, we're going to make Georgia a national leader in elections integrity. But protecting elections is only part of the job. I'm also running to eliminate red tape. When I served as Deputy Secretary of State, new professional licenses were issued in as little as 5 days. Renewals became automatic whenever possible, and hard-working Georgians got to the workforce faster. Today, too many professionals are waiting weeks, even months, for the government to give them a license to work. That is unacceptable. Whether you're a nurse, an electrician, a general contractor, or a barber, government shouldn't stand between you and your paycheck to support your family. We will fix this. And finally, I want to build the most customer-focused Secretary of State's office in America. Government exists to serve the people. It is not the other way around. Every phone call should be answered. Every email should receive a response. Every Georgian should be treated with professionalism, respect, and urgency. That's the standard I helped build before, and it's a standard I'll restore again. So this election comes down to one simple choice. If you want a proven conservative leadership, if you want secure elections, if you want less bureaucracy, if you want a Secretary of State who's ready to lead on day one, I'm asking for your vote and support in November. President Trump is fighting every day to keep America strong. I'm ready to fight every day to make sure Georgia is the gold standard for election integrity, economic opportunity, and customer service. Together, we will protect our elections. We will get government working for the people again. We'll keep Georgia leading the nation. Thank you. God bless President Trump. God bless the great state of Georgia, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you all, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Senator Greg Dolezal.
Now, they told me they picked a good song for me, but I didn't know it was going to be that good. Come on, y'all. Y'all, Georgia is Trump country. Don't you believe for a second what the fake news will tell you. This is a purple state. This is a red state. We proved it in 2020. We proved it in 2024. And we're going to prove it again this year in 2026. I want to talk for a second about the American dream. Because as I've traveled the state running for lieutenant governor, I've talked about the fact that I believe that we are not only in a fight to save America, but we are in a fight to save Western civilization. And if we're going to save the West, we do it by saving America. If we're going to save America, we do it by saving Georgia. And if we are going to save Georgia, we do it by saving the American dream. Somewhere in America today, a little girl is dreaming of the storefront she'll open one day. A young boy is taking apart an engine because he wants to understand how it works. Someone is learning to weld, someone is learning to program on a computer, and someone is dreaming a dream that seems far too big for a child to even think about. And we don't even know their names yet, because that is how America has always worked. America was built by people who looked at an empty field and saw a farm. It was built by people who looked at a vacant storefront and saw a business. It was built by people who looked at an impossible idea and saw an opportunity. Because that, my friends, is what free people do. They dream, they create, and they build. For nearly 250 years, that idea has made America the most prosperous nation in history. And today, we are choosing between two very different visions of America. The Democrat Party believes that government builds America. The Republican Party believes that Americans build America. They ask, what can government provide? We ask, what can free people build? President Donald Trump understands builders. He was one. He spent his entire life creating businesses, building jobs, putting his name on something and pointing to it and saying, yes, President Obama, I did build that. And now he's asking America to invest in something even more important. The next generation. That is the promise of Trump accounts. Before a child earns a paycheck, before they start a business, before they build a home, America is making a statement. Your future matters. See, Trump accounts not a government benefit. They're an investment in ownership, a declaration that we still believe the American dream belongs to the people willing to build it. The Democrat Party believes prosperity flows from Washington. We believe it begins in garages, on family farms, around kitchen tables, in small businesses, and anywhere free people are given the chance to build something. Every generation inherits a country. The question is whether they'll leave behind something better. That is what America has always expected of her free people, not merely to preserve what they inherited, but to build something better. And that is the promise of Trump accounts. See, we're not simply investing in children, we're investing in the people who will build America's next chapter. The Democrat Party wants to build bigger government. Republicans want to build bigger dreams. They measure success by how many people depend on government. We measure success by how many people create, how many people invent, how many people own, how many people succeed. That is the choice. A nation of dependence or a nation of builders. I know what President Trump believes. I know what I believe. I know what Republicans believe. And I know what built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We are in a fight to save Western civilization. We will do it by saving America, And providentially, we will save America by saving Georgia, and we will save Georgia by saving the American dream. My name is Greg Dolezal. It has been an honor to be here with y'all today, and thank you so much for fighting for Georgia every single day. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Rick Jackson.
Thank you. I love you too. Appreciate it. You know, I was never supposed to be here on this, not on this stage, and not as running as our Republican nominee for governor, who I'm going to be serving 11 million Georgians, but especially for those people who don't have a voice, and not here today at an event of the President of the United States. It's amazing. He also works tirelessly for everyone that doesn't have a lobbyist or isn't protected by the media or isn't a political insider, just like me. I never met my father. He left when I was 9 months old. My mother was a 6th grade educated waitress. I grew up in Techwood Projects in Atlanta. I had 7 different stepfathers by the time I was 12 years old. I lived in 5 different foster homes, went to 13 different schools. Too many days I went around saying, I wonder, the future felt like it was somebody else, not just for me. That all began to change one Christmas when I was in foster care at the Methodist Children's Home. There were 100 kids there for Christmas. 99 of them went home to a family, and I was alone. I cried myself to sleep on Christmas Eve. I woke up the next morning, and there was an envelope that said from an anonymous donor. And in it was a $100 bill. It changed my life because somebody believed I mattered. That gift planted a promise in my heart. I told God, if I have the ability, I'm going to help kids just like me. We started a nonprofit called Faith Bridge Foster Care. It's a nonprofit for Christians to take care of our foster children because I wanted them to see what it was like to be in a good Christian home to influence them for the rest of their life. Through our nonprofit Fostering Success Act, we're helping people that age out of foster care that have no options. They now have an option. We provide room and board and transportation and food and all the essentials they need to go to college or go to a vocational school or to get a trade, mainly to have a job so they have an opportunity of a future that no one had before. That's what we do. This comes from a personal conviction that a child's circumstances may explain where they start, but does not mean where it finishes. That's why the Trump accounts and the First Lady's fostering the future accounts matter so much to me and to children in Georgia. Eligible children in Georgia are automatically enrolled in a Trump account with a $1,000 federal contribution. Yeah, isn't that great? That money belongs to the child. And when that young person reaches adulthood, it will provide an asset, a stronger start, and a foundation for independence. But this is more than an account. It's more than just an account. It's a message. You are seen and you are valued. That's what these Trump accounts do. Your future is worth investing in, and I thank Governor Brian Kemp and First Lady Marty Kemp because they moved quickly to enroll every eligible child in Georgia. Thank you, Governor Kemp, for doing that. And most of all, thank you, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, for giving foster care the same opportunity for our foster youth and a long-term financial security for other children. President Trump and Melania Trump have done more for foster care than any president in the United States, and I personally thank them for that. And I challenge Georgia business leaders and churches and nonprofits and citizens to help build on what all this has already done, because the government can open an account, but a community can open a future for a child. Imagine the message we can send together. Here in Georgia, your beginning does not have to define your ending, period. You're worthy, you're somebody, you can make it. Thank you. More than 50 years ago, an anonymous stranger put $100 under the door of a lonely boy. That stranger could not have imagined where my life would lead because of that. But that gift helped me believe that life could lead to somewhere. Today, because of President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, we can place the same kind of hope into the lives of children into Georgia. Not just hope for one Christmas morning. It's a stake in the American dream that belongs to them. God bless you, and God bless Georgia, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Treasurer of the United States, Brandon Beach.
Treasurer of the United States. Thank you very much. You know, when you look, on day one, President Trump hit the ground running. He signed 16 executive orders. He and Secretary Scott Bessent implemented tariffs to even the playing field and to create manufacturing jobs back in the U.S., and we're seeing that now. Then President Trump and Speaker Johnson passed the big, beautiful bill. And I want y'all to think about this. They had a two-person majority. How they pulled that off, I don't know, but it was because of President Trump's leadership. We are now seeing the fruits of President Trump's hard work, and that's why I'm so bullish and optimistic about our future. It's our 250th birthday, and I've been going around the country speaking and talking about American exceptionalism, American pride, American spirit, and American success stories. And we have an American success story right here in this room. Where is Jeff Sprecher? Jeff, stand up and let's give Jeff Sprecher a round of applause. Jeff moved to Atlanta 35 years ago with $1,000, and he had a dream to start a company called Intercontinental Exchange. Now he owns 13 exchanges, very successful, very community-minded. And by the way, he's got a great wife, Kelly Leffler, who you'll hear from now, who's running our SBA. I want to tell one more success story from my home state in Louisiana, where I grew up. There was a guy that wrote a paper, and he wanted to open up a restaurant serving one item. He got a C minus. He then went to the bank and tried to get a $50,000 loan. They wouldn't give him a loan. So he went to Alaska for 2 years and worked on the fishing boats. And he saved $50,000. He now is the richest man in Louisiana. He owns Raising Cane's. Folks, Jeff Sprecher and Todd Graves only happen in America. This only happens in America, where you can pursue your American dream. The next reason I'm so bullish on our country is look what we just did. We hosted the FIFA World Cup, and it was a huge success. And listen, people loved our air conditioning. They loved our ranch dressing. They loved Buc-ee's. They loved Waffle House. They love this country. We need to love this country. Now the one big beautiful bill's kicking in. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. I got to tell you all a quick story. I would go to restaurants and I would write on my receipt, no tax on tips, explanation, explanation. And the waiters would say, what is that all about? Well, after April 15th, I had a waiter come up to me and say, Mr. Treasurer, I get it now. I got $7,100 back on my taxes. Thank you. We've also had more than 50 plus record-setting days on Wall Street. That's because of President Trump's policies. And for the first time in history, the Dow hit $50,000 points. Listen, we're going to have a booming economy. This will be a stark contrast between capitalism and communism. And you need to look no further than New York City. And I want to tell you something. If you don't remember anything I said up here today, I want you to remember this. Leadership matters, elections matter, and elections have consequences. And I will tell you this, President Trump may not be on the ballot, but his policies are and his folks are. And we need to send winners to him so he can keep winning for you. I want to close with this. I was really fortunate to be on the campaign trail with President Trump, and now I've worked for him for a year and a half. And it didn't take me long to figure out this. One, he works 24/7 for you. President Trump loves our country. He wants to beat China and Russia and everything. He wants to win, and he wants us all to win. President Trump loves his family, and he's very personable. President Trump loves and respects law enforcement and the military. But I want to tell you what President Trump really loves: capitalism. He wants you, your kids, your grandkids to be able to pursue the American dream. And President Trump realizes government doesn't create jobs. The private sector does. But what we can do as government is create a conducive environment through tariffs, low taxes, less regulation, provide an educated workforce, infrastructure investment, both roads and bridges, and 21st century infrastructure like AI, satellites, cable. And if we do those things and get the heck out of the way, we will have a great economy. In the end, I'm going to tell you, President Trump's going to have several legacies. One, he secured the border. He didn't just secure it, he shut it down. He also is going to make sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon to keep you safe. But I want to tell you, one of the biggest legacies he's going to have is what we're talking about today, Trump accounts. Trump accounts will invest in our kids, and our kids will be invested in our country. Think about that. We're going to invest in them. They're going to be invested in us. We're going to jumpstart their future. They're going to learn financial literacy, investing and compounding interest and how the S&P 500 works. And let me tell you what I look forward to. My granddaughter's here today. Madison, stand up, Madison. That's my granddaughter. We've got her signed up for a Trump account. And my goal is, in 10 years, I want Madison to come up and say, Papa B, I got $110,000 in my Trump account. I made 6% here, 8% here, and teach her about financial literacy. You're going to be successful, Madison. I promise. These Trump accounts will preserve capitalism and give young people the opportunity to pursue the American dream. And I'm going to close with this. I am unapologetic about loving this country, loving free enterprise, and loving capitalism. Folks, it's our 250th birthday. Happy birthday, America. God bless Georgia and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Secretary of Education Linda McMahon.
How fun was that? Oh my goodness. Well, it is so great to be here in the Peach State today. And here in Wheeler High School, home of the Wildcats, the championship Wildcats. So normally when I come out on stage in a school, and I've been touring a lot of schools around the country as the Secretary of Education, I talk about the fact that only 30% of our students can read and do math. And we failed our students, and President Trump knows that, but we're going to do something about it because we're going to bring education back to the states. But today I'm not here to make a speech about education. It's an honor to be in the great state of Georgia to celebrate a momentous accelerator of opportunity for the next generation. What you've already heard about today, and you're going to hear a lot more because it's so important, Trump accounts. Thank you. That does deserve an applause. As a mother and a grandmother, I know that every parent yearns for their child to have a future full of possibility. Thanks to President Trump, these accounts fortify that future as one of the largest generational investments in upward mobility that our country has ever made. For young Americans, this will serve as the foundation for a lifelong financial stability, helping them save for a higher education, maybe buy their first home, start a business, plan for retirement, and pursue the milestones that create for them and their goals of fulfilling life. And because Trump accounts are anchored in the strength of the American economy, they help ensure that every child, regardless of zip code or family income, has the footing for a secure and meaningful future. This is really historic, ladies and gentlemen. For too long, many have felt the American dream slipping into the past. Well, not anymore, because under President Trump's leadership, we're opening every possible pathway for Americans to pursue that dream again, bringing back American jobs, helping small businesses get off the ground, making college more affordable, and strengthening our talent pipelines to high-wage, in-demand careers for our much-needed skilled workforce. And now our most precious asset, our young people, are both starting a life and entering a future with tools to succeed. They are growing up in a country that nurtures their potential, equips them with real opportunities, and empowers them to build the lives that they envision for themselves, not that we envision for them. Time and time again, history proves to us that the best investments are those made in the American people, and especially in our children and in our young people. And thanks to President Trump, the next 250 years of our country look more hopeful than ever before. And together, thank you. Together, we are fortifying the foundations and expanding the freedom and flexibility that allow the next generation to dream boldly, to build confidently, and achieve the extraordinary, just as Americans always have. So with that, the President is going to come on in a little while, and a few other speakers before me to talk more about the Trump accounts. But again, let me say this is an historic measure in our country, and we thank the vision of the President of the United States. Thank you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler.
Hello, Georgia. What a blessing to be back home in the greatest state in the nation, right here in Georgia. And there's no better crowd to be with than our great students. I had the chance to meet so many of them before this started. God bless you guys. You are amazing. I am so glad to know you. Well, let me tell you, today we're experiencing something remarkable. From Thomasville to Toccoa and all across the country. Thanks to President Trump, America is back. And you know who's leading the way? It's Main Street America. And here's something that the fake news won't tell you. In 2026, small business formation is at record all-time highs all across this country. We have a record number of Americans working in the workforce, and we have more than 500,000 new jobs created already this year. Yeah. Now, here's another thing the fake news won't tell you. We have launched a massive, historic crackdown on billions of dollars of fraud to... That's right. We are going to stop the corruption and the abuse of your hard-earned tax dollars. Now, you know President Trump is fighting every day to bring back the factories and the jobs that prior administrations sent overseas. They said, I'm sorry, your job's going to be in China. Your job's going to be in Mexico. Well, he's fighting for us because that's made in America, that's common sense, and that is America first. And you know, it is common sense. America First rewards you, the hardworking American citizens, and it lets you keep more of what you earn. And that's all thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts. They delivered over $3,000 in annual tax savings to Georgia families. They doubled the child tax credit, doubled, and ended taxes on tips, overtime, and Social Security. Now, all of that might seem like common sense, and it is, but it's also a fact that every single congressional Democrat voted no on letting you take home more of what you earn. And yes, that includes both of Georgia's senators. They voted no. They voted, yeah, it's hard to believe, but they voted to raise your taxes, to cut your child tax credit. They voted no for millions of our young people to get an early start in building their American dream. Thankfully, President Trump had our backs once again when he fought. Yeah. Let's hear it for President Trump. You know, he fought for America's most precious treasure, our children. Now, today, Trump accounts represent a historic and life-changing investment in and for America's youth. They offer a foundational stake for young people in their future, and they give them a stake in America right now. As owners in our free enterprise system, they are the next generation of builders, visionaries, and leaders. And I expect to see many of them on this stage in about 25 to 35 years, okay? You got it, guys? All right, I want you up here. I want you up here. And there's another win. Now, this is a new benefit for America's small businesses to offer their employees. Trump accounts are one more tool to attract and retain employees, talented employees, each and every year. A small business can contribute up to $2,500 annually for each employee to their family's Trump account on a tax-free basis. Now, you know, there's a great saying, and it says, the best time to plant a tree is yesterday. These accounts help plant that tree right now to get a head start on growth for this generation. And thanks to President Trump's dedication to our young people, the American dream is alive and well and growing stronger in every day, every single day across Georgia. Now, we are harnessing the power of free enterprise proudly and unapologetically to secure our nation's future by investing in you, hardworking families, and rewarding your contribution to making America great again. Thank you. God bless our military. God bless America. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
Good afternoon, and what a great day to be here in Georgia. And what a welcome we are about to give President Donald J. Trump, who has never stopped fighting for the people of this great state. Now, many of you may think the best part of my job as Treasury Secretary is getting calls from the president in the middle of the night. And it's always the same question. Scott, I didn't wake you, did I? I said, no, sir, I'm always up at 1:52 on Tuesdays. But the best part of my job is to get the chance to get out of Washington to spend time with the amazing people of the United States. And there are few places where you see the strength of spirit and America more than here in Georgia. You great Georgians don't believe that government creates jobs so much as clears the way for the people who do. You believe that prosperity is built from the ground up, not imposed from the top down. And that small businesses build stronger communities than big government ever could. Cobb County, in short, is Trump country. There's a reason why President Trump won more votes in Georgia than any other candidate in history, and I'm grateful to be with you here today so you can hear directly from him in a few moments. Serving President Trump is the honor of my lifetime, and from my view at Treasury, I can tell you that no one fights harder, no one works longer at 1:52 at night, and no president has asked more of his team and of himself so that we can restore American strength and reclaim American sovereignty. His record speaks for itself. But let me remind you that President Trump has signed the largest tax cuts in American history and made them permanent. Rebalanced global trade in favor of our working families, reclaimed our position as the world's energy superpower, and saved this country by securing its borders. Any single one of these wins would be historic, but taken together, they are transformative. Our economy has now averaged over 100,000 good-paying private sector jobs. Let me repeat that. Private sector jobs, not government jobs, for the last 4 months. And real GDP has increased at a rate of 2.7% over the past 4 quarters. Private sector employment is up more than 900,000 since the president came into office. The Working Families Tax Cuts delivered the largest share of tax relief directly to millions of low and middle income Americans. And as Administrator Loeffler said, every Democrat in the Senate and House voted against it. Here in Georgia, the tax cuts saved the average family more than $3,100 and their taxes this year, and protected over 200,000 jobs. Meanwhile, thanks to President Trump's policies, companies and countries have poured trillions of dollars in new investment into our country since President Trump took office. More Americans are working than any time in our nation's history. But of all this that President Trump has achieved, his most enduring legacy may be the reason we are here today. Trump accounts represent the most successful program launch in government history, with more than 6 million signups even before it went live on July 4th. Every child born during the president's term can get a stake in the American dream from day one with a $1,000 seed investment from the U.S. Treasury. And do not listen to the Democrats when they claim that this is a program for the rich. 86% of enrolled children are from families earning less than $200,000. Trump accounts are reaching the very people they were designed to serve. Of course, for decades, the federal government demonstrated its ineptitude at building a product that people wanted and delivering it at scale. Obamacare gave us a website that collapsed the day it was launched. And Obama's so-called My IRA, I'm the Treasury Secretary, I don't even remember that, savings accounts are now defunct because they were such a failure, although not before costing taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. But under President Trump's leadership, we have designed and built a world-class platform. Trump accounts enrolled 1 million children every single month between its announcement and launch. No tech launch in history has seen those numbers. Millions of American youth are now able to watch their investments accounts compound in real time from a couple of $1,000 in kindergarten to an estimated $500,000 by retirement age. It turns out that the federal government was capable of implementing a great program, but all we needed was a new president. And importantly, Trump accounts are no government handout. They are a child's first claim upon the American dream at a time when too many people are taught to doubt it. Look around our campuses and classrooms today. Apart from those here at Wheeler, of course, you will find that our students are being sold the seductive lie that government can solve every problem, redistribute every dollar, and supplant its judgment for our own. Our children are taught to romanticize an ideology that results in ruin wherever it is tested, to critique capitalism for every one of its flaws, and to forgive socialism for every one of its constant failures. In New York, the current mayor rose to power by repackaging failed ideals of the past as a moral cause of the future. But in Georgia, you know that beneath that youthful veneer lies the oldest impulse in politics, which is to concentrate power and then call it compassion. Show me some place where this has ever worked. Moscow, Caracas, Havana. These workers' paradises have all ended up as deprivation hellscapes. So at their core, Trump accounts represent the triumph of capitalism over socialism. And now our answer to the next big free stuff, big government charlatan is to build an ownership economy for all Americans. For the 38% of households who do not have a stake in our great equity markets, our capital markets, and American innovation, this is your way to get a piece of the action thanks to President Trump. It is to counter the rising tide of freedom-strangling socialism by creating a new generation of shareholders. And it is to remember that the surest defense of a free society is the citizen who owns a share of it. So the full reach of this presidency will ripple across generations to come, thanks to policies like Trump accounts. But my own sense of his place in history is already clear. Donald J. Trump is the most consequential president of my lifetime. And I can tell you all share my excitement in welcoming him here to Georgia today. So for everyone in this audience, especially the young people, know that President Trump is creating assets for the American people, not more debt and broken promises. He's creating assets. So I want to thank the families of Wheeler High School for receiving us all so warmly, to the great people of Cobb County for being here, to President Trump for affirming that the American dream belongs to every child, and for equipping the next generation to claim its rightful share of it with Trump accounts. Thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you here today.
All right. We heard from a number of key endorsements here in Georgia from President Trump, also a number of Trump cabinet officials as well. A lot of things being highlighted today. This is a packed house, first of all. Let's keep that live look going with just the crowd. You know, RSBN, for years, it's always been about President Trump's speeches, seeing the crowds, hearing from we the people. And that's what we're doing today. If you're just joining us now, we did interview a ton of patriots outside here in Marietta, Georgia, prior to the start of this event. The event, so far, running on schedule. We know President Trump is nearby. We don't see the presidential seal quite yet at the podium, which means the man is not in the building yet. But as soon as we see a few of those signs, which we have seen over the years here at Right Side, we kind of understand what's next, especially when you see the Secret Service start to step into the room. You also see that seal go onto the podium, and you can just kind of sense that there's something about to take place. So looking forward to all of that here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live in Marietta. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks again for live streaming in with us here on the network. Again, we started our coverage, I believe, at 12 o'clock Eastern time, so about almost 3 hours ago. And again, it was awesome to connect with various people from this region here in the Southeast, in the Peach State in Georgia, as Representative Mike Collins is one of the key endorsements by President Trump to become the senator of Georgia, to take and replace, ideally, John Ossoff. What a winner he is. Anyway, we also heard from Rick Jackson, who is the gubernatorial candidate for Georgia. So a lot to be still said and done here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we await the president. And as I mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us now, guys, this I really thought was going to be a much smaller, intimate venue. When you see that there are remarks coming from the president, you think, okay, you know, this might be a smaller event. But what I do know is in less than 4 months, there will be the midterm election for the United States of America. So it seems as if the rally atmosphere has gone to a new level. It seems as if the people here understand what's at stake coming up on November 3rd. We heard from the president just on Thursday night talking about the Save America Act, showing or talking about at least the evidence, the receipts, the facts, the truth about 2020. We know what happened there because of the receipts, but we also know just from that 30,000-foot view that an older person named Joe Biden hiding in the basement with all of the momentum under President Trump in his first administration, that all 81 million votes and the swing states will all go to Joe Biden in 2020. We know what happened there. And I asked the crowd outside prior to the event starting here, I said, how many elections did President Trump win? And they all said 3. And I said, you're right. Anyway, he's in the building. There it is, the podium, the presidential seal, the crowd on their feet. As we have a lot to get to, but as soon as President Trump takes that stage, we'll get to him and go to him. All Family Pharmacy is one of our great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Without these awesome sponsors, without your donations, we couldn't do all of this. So thanks so much for buying these products too. But on top of that, products like this are must-haves. You know, in life we have must-haves. There's a list. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. So you've probably been hearing about the cyclospora parasite that's been making headlines lately. Health officials are investigating this growing outbreak that has now been reported in 31 states. The parasite can cause a number of symptoms, and I'm going to have to share them with you. Severe diarrhea, stomach cramps, nausea, and fatigue. It's also a good reminder that unexpected illnesses can happen, which is why it's important to have a pharmacy you can count on for easy access to essential medications. Now, these guys can provide that prescription for you, but the point is, they have United States physicians, pharmacists, people that will help answer all sorts of questions. They have more than 400 medications, everything from ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, also Bactam. Bactam is the actual medication that will take this parasite and kick it right out of your system. So instead of going to some of those box stores out there, maybe giving them a call and their pharmacy lines, you got to leave a message, you hope that the pharmacist calls you back, all that. Well, All Family Pharmacy, you see that number right there on the bottom of your screen, specifically 561-717-6794 is the number. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Let's go to the next one, Birch Gold Group. We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Alexander Hamilton built America's financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, back in 1971, we have since seen the inflation erode our dollar's value. So the question is, what is the foundation of your savings? Is it gold, or is it something that could be shaken? You know, there's so many different options out there. A lot of people interested in gold. A lot of great customers with Birch Gold have already texted Trump to 989898. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, 5-star reviews. All you have to do to get started, text Trump to 989898. Again, Trump to 989898. You'll get that free info kit. All right there with Birch Gold Group. All right, so here in Marietta, we just heard from a number of Trump administration cabinet officials, from Linda McMahon to Kelly Loeffler to Scott Bessent, and then to the endorsements, as I mentioned, Rick Jackson for governor here in Georgia. We'll be hearing from Mike Collins, who is running for Senate in Georgia. A huge endorsement by President Trump. So we'll also hear about, of course, the Trump accounts. The theme today, again, if you just want to take a look, the theme is powering the American dream. And so that is right there behind us, of course. Now, the working family tax cuts, the measures to stop the fraud across the country, the Save America Act, these are a number of things to help this United States of America, help the country. And if you didn't see it earlier, again, we have some great interactions with the people outside. I think we might be able to go back out there to check some of this out. So why don't we do that for just a little bit? So let's go back to clip number 1, what started it all. Interact with some of the people out there, maybe for a few minutes. We might not be able to play the whole video. It's about 30 minutes long. Okay, we're hearing that there's an issue with that. We can't do that at this point. Let's take a live look at the crowd right now as I continue on here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, let's get to it. We know on Capitol Hill, Senators Marsha Blackburn and Mike Lee are providing some momentum for the Save America Act to become law. Let's go to clip 3 as we stand by for President Trump. Taking that live look here, still Marietta, Georgia right now. Meantime, I saw the words "Save America Again" outside while doing interviews. Isn't that the truth? You know, under President Trump's first administration, our country was saved, right? I mean, think about it. Then now as we face another hurdle in getting the Save America Act passed. So a lot to be taken care of here in our country. Meantime, President Trump has been busy, of course. Specifically, President Trump announced a trade deal with Jordan, fostering reciprocal conditions that prioritize American workers and industries and also protect U.S. national security and strengthen supply chains with key trading partners. President Trump's 19 trade deals now cover 32% of global GDP. This as we take that live look here in Marietta. Of course, everyone's still on their feet awaiting the man himself, President Donald Trump. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors in the meantime as we await the 47th President of the United States. Take a quick minute to speak to all the parents out there watching today, of course, as we celebrate America 250, Freedom 250, and what better way to celebrate for the youth of our country by teaching them the truth. You know, a lot of times in some of those woke schools, they might not want to share the truth about what's going on out there. Well, it's the dog days of summer as well, as you can see there with that website. freeusadoggift.com, freeusadoggift.com. You also get the kids' guide to the founder's message for today. So 2 free guides for you out there as we continue to celebrate America 250, Freedom 250. And if you're just joining us right now on Right Side, again, the rally field is going on here in Marietta, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. The crowd outside, the crowd inside. There's even a overflow place to watch President Trump's speech. So a lot going on here in this state right now. Let's go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I believe it is Cove Pure. Can you guys let me know which one that is at this point? Tax Network USA. Thank you guys. Extremely loud in here to do constant live. All good. TaxNetworkUSA.com/RSBN. No matter what tax issue you have or how it started, all you have to do is go to TNUSA.com/RSBN. We have that great number for you too, because at the end of the day, these patriots are there to help. 877-479-6503. 877-479-6503. TNUSA.com/RSBN. Of course, a lot of tax issues might start for various reasons. Maybe you retired and suddenly got hit with a bill from the IRS, or maybe you just missed a lot of the tax filing years. TNUSA.com/RSBN is the place to go. All right, 2 great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We were talking with people here in Georgia outside. They're excited to see President Trump. They also want to see the Save America Act passed. They're really happy that the border has been closed. There's just very few things that they were complaining about. There's really nothing. They were happy about the working family tax cuts, the Trump accounts. There's so many different things that the people outside were talking about. I was trying to toss it back out there, but obviously we're going to stay in here live at Right Side as we await President Trump. Now, if you missed any of the outside activity when it comes to all the interviews, you can go ahead and replay that a little bit later. Let me go to some of the notes here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we're looking at President Trump's first preference, of course, according to the White House, we see it right here, is always peace and diplomacy. Unfortunately, Iran has chosen the path of violence through international acts of terrorism, and they're reaping the consequences of that decision. The White House, of course, saying also President Trump holds all the cards and will ensure that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. He drew that line and enforced it when no other president would. So it's something we hear from the president at the Oval Office throughout a lot of the meetings that we've seen. Of course, just recently, the Lebanese leader, Joseph Aoun there. A lot of times the press asking all sorts of questions, but the themes seem to be similar. The Save America Act, the Trump accounts, seeing Washington, D.C. become safe and beautiful again. You know, the National Guard in D.C. and New Orleans doing a great job. I don't know about you, but if I lived in Detroit, San Francisco, L.A., New York, Miami, for just safety reasons, the National Guard. It would be great to have them in these various cities. How about Chicago? But we know how it is on the left. They don't really want good things happening. If you look at Mayor Brandon Jones, the governor there in Illinois as well, Pritzker, these guys don't want anything that's on the right side of history. But we see through the work of this president and also the work of Pete Hegseth and the National Guard to keep things as safe as possible just in this city alone, or in this country alone. Along the southern border, though, I remember covering all the stories about the Customs Border Protection, the military, the county sheriffs, all of the local law enforcement really shutting down the border. And it's something that was a promise made, promise kept. The thing that's interesting is, back when I started with Right Side Broadcasting Network, September 3rd of 2022, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania, an event that was loud and it was great, similar to what we're hearing here in Georgia. And from there, we saw the momentum. We saw what was happening in this country. We would go to Robstown, Texas, and see the same thing with the crowds, talking about shutting down the border, hearing about all of these things, and to actually see it come to fruition. A law and order president, somebody that's behind law enforcement. Great to see these things. Always love transparency, always love accountability, always love truth, justice, in the American way. We the people. So here at this venue in Marietta, Georgia, you know, when I cover these stories from the studio at our headquarters right next door to this state in Alabama, in Central Time, by the way, you don't get this. But let's take a look at what this looks like right now, live in Marietta. Packed house at this Wheeler High School. And you know what? Some good music, too. We know that President Donald Trump is in the building right now. The podium all set. The people all here. 80% of them standing. A rally in Marietta, Georgia. When you see on the White House press guidance for the media, you see words like remarks, President Trump to deliver remarks. You might think, well, it's going to be a smaller venue and, you know, coming down here to talk about the midterms. Well, this is anything but a smaller venue, anything but a huge rally. It is exactly even bigger than that, it seems, because of the momentum. Because of less than 4 months from now, we have a midterm election on November 3rd, as we have a ton of states yet to have their primary elections. Let's go over once again some of those states here on Right Side as we're live right now. Yesterday was Arizona, of course. Andy Biggs as the gubernatorial leading Republican candidate there. July 28th, there's a runoff election in South Dakota. August 4th in Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Virginia, and Washington. August 6th, Tennessee. August 8th, Hawaii. August 11th, Alabama will have specific U.S. House districts 1, 2, 6, and 7. Most other Alabama races were on May 19th. Also on August 11th, Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin will all have primary elections. August 18th, Alaska, Florida, Wyoming. August 25th, Oklahoma is a runoff election. And then there are 4 dates in September that we're looking at as well. September 1st, Massachusetts. September 8th, New Hampshire. September 9th, Rhode Island. September 15th, Delaware. Also on September 9th and 10th, the RNC hosts a midterm national convention in Dallas, Texas. And if what we're seeing here in Marietta, Georgia, is a sign to what's going to be what we're going to see in Dallas, there's a whole lot of momentum starting to shift in the sense of for the Save America Act as well. If you guys remember, prior to that April recess in D.C., you know, Senator Mike Lee from Utah continually on the floor, the Senate floor, talking about voter ID, proof of citizenship, stopping all of these mail-in ballots that are out there except for military or medical. And he had that momentum. It was going, and then all of a sudden the April recess happens, and that momentum kind of tapered off. But thanks to President Trump, thanks to his speech on Thursday night, that the mainstream media decided not to really cover, with all of the evidence, the receipts of election fraud. We see what happened there on Thursday night in conservative media. Outside of that, we're seeing Mike Lee, Marsha Blackburn, and others on Capitol Hill talk about the Save America Act more than ever before as we have this final push into the midterm election, November 3rd, 2026. You know, you think about Georgia, and I remember November 5th of 2024, when Georgia was called for President Trump, when Pennsylvania was called for President Trump, when all of these swing states were called for this president, we knew that we were back. The interesting thing is to think about saving America again. The story that I was trying to remember about Robstown, Texas, and early on in my career here at Right Side, if you look right there, it says powering the American dream. Well, what it said in Robstown, Texas was two words: Save America. And so now when I was outside, if you're just joining us, as I was doing a bunch of interviews outside, there was a saying that I saw. It said, Save America again, 2024. Again, we saw the win with President Trump in the first administration, saving the country. We see the win again in 2024, but again, we have that hurdle of saving America's elections. Of course, we don't want socialism. We don't want communism. We don't want any law but the Constitution of the United States of America. No other laws. We don't want any of them. I don't care if they come from a religious background or not. We have our law. It's the Constitution of the United States. And I know I'm speaking for countless millions and millions of people across this great country. So what do? We speak up. We fight for our freedom legally, lawfully, and spiritually as we continue to see various things be discussed here at the Trump rally. From the Trump accounts to those working family tax cuts to the Save America Act. And of course, when the president takes that stage and we hear Lee Greenwood once again, it's going to be reminiscent of the past 4 years of coverage all around the country. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors in the meantime, including mypillow.com/RSBN. Speaking of winners, Mike Lindell, running for governor in Minnesota, has a great company there with mypillow.com. Go ahead and use RSBN as a promo code. You'll get quite the deep discount for some great quality products. My family and I have a number of them, and I know a lot of you probably have them too. But if you've never tried any MyPillow products, go ahead and do it. And especially if you're on the right side of history, because you remember back in the day with Mike, they wouldn't sell his pillows and his products at some of the box stores. And then the country said, well, if you're not going to do that, we're going to boycott. And we have that power. We, the people, have a lot of power. Isn't it great? It's great to be in this country, isn't it? So let's just put it this way. Just kind of a, figuratively speaking, hey, you know what? Mainstream media and fake news and woke ideology. I'm going to go buy some MyPillow products. Totally against all of you guys because you don't sell Mike's stuff. Come on now. It's a free country, isn't it? Sell products at the stores. And also, on top of that, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/RSBN, rsbnetwork.com/RSBN. Now, I have a number of videos that I prepared to toss to, but since we're about to see the president, we're going to stand by and stay right here with you on the network. And of course, we've heard the USA chant a bunch of times today, outside, inside, the national anthem, outside, just people just starting to sing the anthem. Very patriotic rally vibes here in Georgia, of course. And right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump is by far the best president in my lifetime. I was born in the good old year of 1981. And if you look at the list of presidents since 1981 until now, starting out with a pretty good president, at least in my lifetime when I was born back in 81, Ronald Reagan. All right, pretty good, but not to President Trump's greatness, in my opinion. George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton. I've seen George W. Bush. I've actually met G-Dub back in the day. Barack Obama, also met Barack Obama. These are all within media situations, interviews, that kind of thing. Then after Obama, of course, the first go-round for President Trump. Then in 2020, this guy named Joseph R. Biden somehow wins the 2020 election. Right. And then, of course, in 2024, President Donald J. Trump. So by far the greatest president of my lifetime. And many across this country as we continue to cover the president here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, each day when we're in the studio and we're talking and we're covering all these different events, it's really that heartfelt desire to see our country become free even more, to meet these great patriots like we did recently. As we take a look at the podium right now, getting really close to seeing President Trump once again here. You know, RSBN's been around since 2015. It's 2026. And this is yet another rally right here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And yes, the front row Joes are down there. Brick Suits down there. Got to interview some of them earlier. Great to connect with a lot of people that we've seen out on the campaign trail. I've been on the campaign trail in Iowa, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, all over the country. Again, this as we're approaching 3 months. We're approaching the 3-month mark until the midterm election. And just a reminder, that midterm national convention to be held in just, a couple months from now, September 9th and 10th. And speaking of September 10th, a day that we will always remember, at least those on the right side of history, the late, great Charlie Kirk. September 10th of 2025 was taken from us. We'll be remembering him, of course, on September 10th. And then on September 11th is the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. So a lot going on in that 72-hour, 24-hour news cycle, September 9th, 10th, and 11th. Of course, you can catch the coverage here on conservative media. And it's great to be on the right side of history with all of you guys. If you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. If you'd like to follow us on X, it's at RSB Network. My name's Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow on X or on Truth. And this is really all about the Constitution of the United States, our First Amendment, Second Amendment, and the list goes on. As we just celebrated America 250, Freedom 250. And how about that firework display in Washington, D.C.? President Trump was not kidding when he said this is going to be the world's largest firework display. Quite the display that our cameras saw on that day, July 4th. Again, as we're live here in Marietta, again, there's a ton of people here on their feet ready to see the president. I'm going to go to a couple other things here on Right Side. Recently interviewed the election expert, Seth Keshel. If you missed that interview, you can always check it out on X or on Truth Social or on Rumble or YouTube. Seth Keshel getting a lot of shout outs from President Trump, not only at rallies in the past, but on Truth Social. great to connect with Seth because that's somebody that's a brilliant mind that understands all things elections, what's needed with all the trends, with all the numbers throughout the country. And again, if you're just joining us, went over a number of the states that still have the primary elections coming up. Of course, yesterday in the Grand Canyon state with Arizona, Andy Biggs ideally will be the next governor of the Grand Canyon state. Katie Hobbs, what an absolute loser. That's right. What an absolute loser. We know who the winners are in life. We know the people that are common sense Americans, the ones that love God, family, country, our Constitution, that stand for the principles of our nation, right? The founding through not only the Christian faith, but the Judeo-Christian principles as we continue on here and really celebrate in a way. And it seems like here in Marietta, obviously, in Georgia, very patriotic state. There's a lot of great patriotic states out there. But here in Georgia, it's almost like a hangover from July 4th and celebrating our 250th birthday here in this country. We think about all of our great founding fathers and what they all had to go through to get us to where we are today. And we don't want to let that go easily. All right, let's take another live look here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of our founding fathers, George Washington once said, liberty, liberty, when it begins to take root, is a plant of rapid growth. May we keep cultivating and planting liberty throughout our land. Thomas Jefferson said, educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. And again, back to President Donald Trump. He has done more as president than any other in our lifetime. The people right now getting ready for the 47th Commander-in-Chief. The music continues, though, as we were getting ready for Lee Greenwood, who we've interviewed on the broadcast a few times for God Bless the USA. We'll be hearing that song echo off of this gymnasium here in Marietta. Now, Marietta, again, for those just joining us, just outside of Atlanta. And looking forward to not only seeing President Trump, but I believe he'll be calling up to the stage his key endorsement for U.S. Senate in Georgia, Mike Collins. Because John Ossoff, or Ossoff, or whatever you want to call the guy, in the sense of his name there, is not a winner. And same thing with that guy down in Texas, Tallarico or Tallarico. I don't even know his name. These guys act like they're on the right side of history, and they can quote all the Bible scriptures they want, but we know that the devil also can quote scripture. So the point is, looking forward to seeing Mike Collins here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to go to a couple more sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we await the 47th Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump. You've probably been hearing about this cyclospora parasite that's been making headlines lately. Health officials are investigating this growing outbreak that has now been reported in more than half of the United States. So we're looking at least 31 states. RFK Jr. speaking about this recently as well. But we know that the parasite can cause a number of awful symptoms. So it's important, of course, to go to a pharmacy like allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that RSBN 10 promo code. Get you 10% off site-wide. More than 400 medications for you to choose from. You fill out a short medical questionnaire. The licensed physicians review that. If approved, then it's sent to your door. So this is a great, great pharmacy, independent American pharmacy, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Let's go from AFP to Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898 to get the ball rolling for Birch Gold Group. Get a free info kit. It's all about having gold and precious metals as a backup option, especially for, retirement savings, or if you'd like to convert a 401k or an IRA into gold or precious metals. You can do that with Birch Gold Group. Just text Trump to 989898 and you can get the ball started there. Again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. I'm live here in Marietta, Georgia. I'll tell you what, it's been quite the trip. It's been fun to be outside and interview people and to be in here back at the rally feel of a Trump rally. Been a lot of broadcasts have been happening from the studio in Alabama, of course. So I could sense a little bit of the rust, a little rusty out here, but it's all right. It's good to be here with everybody. It's what it's about, guys. It's what it's about is our country, our freedoms. And isn't it great to have a president and President Trump over someone like Kamala Harris any day of the week? What a laughing stock. The other day I was watching AOC. She was trumping for a candidate, I believe, in Michigan. And it was quite the speech there. It looked like to me that it was a fabricated audience. It didn't look legit. It looked like AI to me. I'm not saying it was, but it looked like it. The cheering, the way people were acting, very strange. Do you want to know what real people look like? And I'm not saying I have any receipts or anything like that. It's just opinion. It just seems strange. You want to see what real people look like? Here they are, live in Marietta, Georgia, right now. I can attest that these are all humans here that are not paid, by the way. None of these people have been paid by anybody to show up. These people show up because of their love for God, family, country, for the 45th, the 47th Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump. Speaking of the president, he was at that dignified transfer ceremony at Joint Base Andrews at 11 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time. And of course, if you missed any of these videos and interviews after the speech, if you'd like to replay and get that RSBN, the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes of the crowd and the interactions with patriots, you can go ahead and replay this broadcast. As I check Truth Social right now, I always like to see if President Trump has posted anything. So I'm going to check that here as it takes a minute for our cell phones here because there are a ton of people just in this room right now. And of course that eats up the feed a little bit. But we see about 6 hours ago the president saying from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Trump also saying earlier, MAGA candidates won everything last night in Arizona, a complete sweep. The president saying, I won Arizona 18 months ago. The Democrats are dumbfounded. After decades, Arizona is becoming a Republican state. Congratulations to all, President Donald J. Trump. President Trump also saying a crooked election system, save America. Now, I posted on Truth Social. If you'd like to check it out, at Matthew Alvarez, you can check that out. I said simply, save America, ... again, with the American flag emoji. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes it's the common sense, simple things that we need to see in our country to win. We don't need confusion and communism and socialism and Sharia and anything that's a law that tries to interfere with the law of the United States of America, which is the United States Constitution. Also, on X, at Matthew US Media, posted outside where the crowd chanting USA, and at one point you could see that the crowd started to sing the national anthem. So a ton of love for the country here, a ton of patriotism happening. And as we see President Trump take this stage and deliver a speech to the American people here in Georgia, again, not always having to read from a teleprompter. Same thing with yours truly back at the studio on a much smaller scale, of course, in the media. But isn't it fun when he does that? And I'm sure with this crowd today, you're going to be hearing USA chants that are extremely loud. I wish I had my decibel app, because it's going to be quite loud in here when the president takes to that podium. And then when he calls up people like Mike Collins, running for Senate in Georgia. I'd much rather have Mike Collins than John Ossoff any day of the week. And if you look at the mainstream media, who again decided not to air, most of them decided not to air President Trump's speech on last Thursday night. The mainstream media trying to prop up various candidates, AOC and Ossoff and all of these characters out there that are extreme left. Let's not let anybody fool us. And there are some Republicans out there that, of course, are rhinos and they're part of the Uniparty. But what we want here in America are people that love our country. And we know President Trump loves the United States of America. We know that his cabinet that he's put together, you know, Sean Duffy at Transportation, what a job he's doing. Linda McMahon in Education, Scott Besson in Treasury, and Kelly Loeffler, who actually spoke here earlier with the Small Business Administration. So those were some of the speakers that were actually just here moments ago. So again, if you're just joining us here on Right Side, you missed a few great speeches. A lot of people speaking about the Trump accounts, the working family tax cuts, the Save America Act, and the like. So all of the songs that we're hearing here too right now, all of these on that playlist, various Trump speeches, Trump rallies. Great to look fellow patriots in the eyes out there and chant things like USA with them. Awesome stuff. Let me go over a few other things as it's 3:31 Eastern time. The president's scheduled for a 3 o'clock speech. We'll see if this is going to be something that will be delayed any longer. If not, all good. Either way, we have a number of great sponsors to thank here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, from All Family Pharmacy to Birch Gold Group to Cove Pure, Tax Network USA, Free USA Dog Gift, and also, let's talk about a couple of them, Kalshi and Cove Pure. Specifically, let's go to Kalshi.com/RSBN. All right, so 3 ways to get to Kalshi, of course. Kalshi.com/RSBN, the Kalshi app, the QR code. 3 ways to get to Kalshi. A lot of political trending topics out there for people to check out, whether you'd like to bet, trade, or check out polls. I remember with Spencer Pratt with that LA mayoral race, a lot of people talking about that one on Kalshi. But the midterms are getting closer. We're less than 4 months from those midterm elections. So a lot of trending topics on there you can check out. You go from Kalshi to...
The 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a special place, and I am here to announce my candidacy. I'm only kidding. Nah, boy, I tell you what a group. We have thousands of people outside on a weekday. The weather's nice, but we're in Marietta. We're in Atlanta, right by it. And I just want to thank everybody. Those are places, you know, we had a tremendous victory here. And it was a big, beautiful victory. We won by a lot. And we have some great candidates running. They got to win by a lot. Otherwise, we're going communist. I don't think anybody wants that. We're not going to do that. But I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Georgia with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And with your help in 2024, we earned more votes than any candidate in Georgia history. There's never been anything like it. And when I say that, I have to be careful, because look at all the fake news back there. They will correct me. They will say, he said he earned more. If I was 2 votes short, they would say, he's lying, he's lying. They are sick individuals. They're the fake news. But I have to be careful. No, we weren't. We had more votes than any candidate in the history of this great state, and I'm very proud. I love Georgia. I've always loved it. And every day since, I've been fighting for the people of Georgia like no president has ever fought before, and you're doing well, too. We're going to keep it that way. And 18 months ago, you were in trouble. Our country was in trouble, frankly. It was a catastrophe what was happening. Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats, they're Democrats, D-U-M, Democrats, created the worst inflation in 48 years. Scott Bessent, was it the worst inflation in 48? Now, if Scott doesn't have credibility, nobody does, okay? He said it's the worst, and it was. It was actually, I think it was beyond 48 years, but 48 years is good enough. Wide open borders with millions of people, even from the world's worst prisons from all over the world. They were pouring into our country. All over the globe they came, prisons and gang members, drug dealers, child predators, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom committed more than one murder. More than 50% committed more than one murder. We had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came ravaging through our cities. And the whole world was laughing at us. We were a joke all over the world, but not anymore. They're not laughing. They're not laughing. Right, Jackson? They're not laughing anymore, Jackson. Gonna be your next governor right here. 2 years ago, our country was dead, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, respected by everybody all over the world, the hottest. And we're respected like, I say we respected maybe like never before. When I took office, we inherited the worst border in U.S. history. It was an open wound. It was an open sieve. We quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country within 2 months. And numbers were just released. by the Democrats that in the past 14 months, a historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. And now our crime numbers are among the lowest they've ever been. It's plummeting downward. And nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nationwide crime has been the lowest numbers that we've had in many, many decades. Last year, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's since 1900. That's before my father was born. Before my father was born, think of it, from the year 1900, lowest murder rate. And that's despite the fact that we had millions of people poured into our country who were, in many cases, very, very dangerous people. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 67%. And drugs coming in by ocean, sea, by water was cut 97%. We're trying to figure out who the 3% are because they are among the bravest people anywhere in the world. You've seen that. They are the bravest people in history, I believe. We're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces, and we've got the strongest and most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. There's nobody close. And I built it during my first term. I built our military. And as you know, they stupidly gave a lot of it away, but actually it was a lot, but it was small compared to what we built. But they gave a lot of it away to the Taliban, to Afghanistan. They gave it away. Just take it. We're leaving. Let's leave brand new machines behind. Let's leave airplanes behind. I said to them, well, why don't you just fly it out and we'll take it back, or we can even fly it back to the United States if you'd like. Sir, I think it's cheaper to leave it. Brand new planes. It was so sad. I saw what was happening. What a disgusting thing took place. But we then, as you know, we won Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We're getting along great with them. One day. And we've already paid for that operation many, many times over. We're taking tremendous amounts of oil, and they're taking tremendous amounts of oil. It's a partnership, in a sense. They're doing a great job. We're working together. And millions of barrels of oil is going to Houston and Louisiana, coming to you indirectly after it's refined. They're refining it there. But millions and millions of barrels of oil. And also, Venezuela is doing better than they've ever done before, too. The big oil companies are going in, and they're signing up. We have Chris Wright working on it, Doug Burgum working on it, Scott is working on them, and it's been incredible, actually. It's got serious oil. In fact, if you combine us and Venezuela, we have about 62% of the world's oil market. So we don't need straits. We don't need anything. We don't need the Hormuz Strait, but we do it because we have to do it, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. So we're likewise winning in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're ensuring that they will never, ever be able to do to us what they've done to so many. You know, they've killed 52,000 plus protesters. People that were protesting have been killed. 52,000 over the last 4 months. Nobody wants to talk about the fake news back then, never mentions that. And I just left Dover Air Force Base, which is an incredible place, but oftentimes very sad, because that's when they bring the bodies of our great heroes, our great patriots, warriors. They bring them back to Dover. And I've been there many times before. This was in particular something very sad. I attended the dignified transfer ceremony for 4 great U.S. service members killed in the conflict with Iran. As they returned to American soil at Dover. And one of the families happened to be traveling to Georgia. Beautiful family, beautiful wife and husband and brother-in-law. And I said, I'm going to Georgia too. Where are you going? She says, well, after this, sir, they lost their beautiful son. We're going to Georgia. I said, so if you want, I'll give you a ride on Air Force One. And they said, wow, wow. So today, I then said they were on Air Force One, and it's quite nice, I must say. And they said, wow, this is something, thank you so much. But they're heartbroken, you know, they're heartbroken. But they couldn't believe it. And they live very close to here. They live minutes away. And we're here today, and I said to them, celebrating the memory of their beautiful, this was a beautiful son. You know, I read, when I go to Dover, I read charts on all of the young people, and some are unbelievable. Some are a little bit, you know, they got a little bit of a couple of little bad things put in. This is a son who was like a flawless, perfect person, beautiful, beautiful son, handsome in every way, brilliant, respected by everybody. His sheet read so beautifully, and I told them that their beloved son, and his name was Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, and he was a person that was going all the way. He was going to be a general. He would have been a general very quickly. He was heading in that path. But I just want to thank Tyler's mother, Sherry, his father, Stephen, and his uncle, David, great people. I got to know them a little bit on the plane, and standing there watching this sight, which is, it's very, very tough to watch, to be honest with you. Very tough. I think it's the toughest thing I do. Of anything I do all this stuff, but I think it's the toughest thing I do. But to Sherry and Stephen and David, we will carry Tyler's memory in our hearts forever. And I just want to thank you. It's an honor to have you here today. Please. Thank you very much. You see the way everybody feels. Your neighborhood, this is your neighborhood. Can you believe it? You see the way they feel. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. He's looking down right here. He's so proud right now. So together we're making our country safer and stronger and far more successful than it's ever been before. And that's happening before your very eyes. That's why I call it the golden age. This is the golden age of America. We're building more plants than at any time in the history of our country. And not just AI and all of the different things you read about. Things like auto plants, you know, the old-fashioned way. Toyota just announced they're leaving Mexico and they're coming in. They're going to be building the largest plant anywhere in the world. They're all coming back. They're all leaving Canada, they're leaving Mexico. They're coming in from Germany and Japan and South Korea. They're coming in from all over. And people that have been doing this, people like Scott and others that have been doing this for a long time, they've never seen anything like it. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. McGee, have you? You haven't seen anything. He's doing such a great job. In 4 long years of the sleepy Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. In 4 years, much less than $1 trillion. In less than 2 years, much less than 2 years, actually. In fact, at the end of the first year, but less than 2 years, in my administration, we've secured more than $19.2 trillion in new investment from all over the world. So think of that. So in 1 year, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment. We were losing this country, I'll tell you. And the welfare, you see all the theft that's going on. Guys are stealing $100 million. Some guy from the street steals $100 million. It's horrible. The welfare was going through the roof. The costs were going through the roof. It was a disaster taking place. But think of it. So they did less than $1 trillion in one full year. In 4 years, they did less. Think of this. In 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. We did 19.2 in 15 months. Think of that. I mean, you know. The pharmaceutical company, we're bringing our pharmaceuticals, we learned that through COVID, we're bringing the pharmaceuticals back. But the big pharmaceutical company, UCB, is investing $2 billion to build its first ever American manufacturing plant right here in Gwinnett, Georgia. Gwinnett. Look at the front row Joes. I love these people. I love these people. I think there are about 283, I don't know what the hell they do. I think they make a lot of money too. I'm hearing they're very rich. They follow us. It's a rock concert, right? You have a good time, right? Thank you. They've been with me right from the beginning. How many have you done so far, do you think? 4, 5, 6, close to 1,000. It might be. You think he's kidding? It might be. Well, we love you. Thank you very much. We love you guys. Thank you. We have groups. We have a group from, I don't know if they're here, but we have a group from North Carolina, women, beautiful women. They follow us, and they're at 218, I think. 219, they come, and I always say, what the hell are your husbands saying about this? This is crazy. They're these beautiful women. I think they're sort of a wealthy family. I don't know what the hell's going on with them. But, you know, like the front row Joes, it's good. We have a lot of those groups. They're just great. They've been with us right from the beginning. And you know why they're with us? Because they love our country. That's why they're with us. That's really why they're with us. So Japan is investing $600 million in a cutting-edge diamond processing facility, as you probably read this morning in your state, $600 million. Yamaha Motors is building its brand new U.S. headquarters in Kennesaw. And more money is being invested in the United States right now than at any time in the history of our country. And Americans are working today more so than ever before. We have more jobs today than we've ever had, and it's not even close. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. And the stock market has said, and that's with this skirmish we have going on. I call it a skirmish. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I call it that because, let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard. And they want to make a deal. But I say they're not ready to make a deal. Because every time they make a deal, they want to change it and everything. They're not ready. They'll be ready very soon. And this is despite this. It's going on. The stock market has hit 73 all-time highs since the election. Think of that. And the typical American's 401k is up by $34,000, setting records day after day. It's up by numbers that have never been seen before. So your 401ks, they always say, oh, the stock market. Stock market's very important. But I have people coming up to me that have 401ks. They said, you know, I was a disaster. My family wouldn't talk to me. They thought I was a total loser. And now I'm like, the one guy said, I feel like Warren Buffett. No, the markets are right through the roof. And it's a beautiful thing to watch, frankly. It's beautiful. It's brought families together. I mean, I told the story about a policeman in New York City. He said, my wife was really down on me because the 401k was a disaster. It wasn't moving. And you get elected, and it's she thinks I'm the most brilliant financial mind in the world now. She loves me much more than she did. She's close, but you should never love for that reason. Remember that, please. And while the stock market is skyrocketing way up, inflation is way down. We're coming way down. And last week, it was announced just last week that inflation dropped by the largest amount in more than 6 years. because we're doing it right. We're running the country properly. And they tried to blame high prices on me. So think of it. When I inherited this thing on January 20th, we had the highest inflation in many, many years, 48 years, they say. I say maybe ever. This is what I inherited. And when I had nothing to do with it, I walk into office, I have a press conference first or second day, and they're screaming at me, what are you going to do about high prices? Right? What are you going to do? I said, I just got here. What are we talking about? Tell me. Eggs have gone up 4 times. 4 times. I said, I just got here. Give me a break. They did. They hit me with the eggs then. You remember that? Kelly, you remember I got hit with the eggs. First day, first press conference, nice friendly press conference. You know, they treat me so nicely. What are you going to do about the prices? And they said, they used the word, first time I heard it, it was a word, made up by the Democrats. Affordability. They said, affordability. I said, I've been here 1 day. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. And we're taking care of it, we're taking good care of it. They had the highest prices. They had the highest prices. In fact, with the eggs, we have an Easter egg hunt like a few months after this, and they said, don't order eggs, sir, because they're so expensive. Use plastic eggs. They wanted me to give the kids. I said, nope, we're going to get it done. And we did a great job. Our Secretary of Agriculture did a great job, and we got the price now of eggs is lower than it was when we started, right? And many other things, too. And oil will be coming, it's going to be tumbling down. It was 3 weeks ago. They thought we had a deal. I said, I don't think we have a deal with these guys. They break every deal they make. But I said, but people thought the geniuses on Wall Street, they came down, really down, and goes back up a little bit. But it's going to come down maybe lower than when we even started. But just give me a little time. I always say, give me a little. I said to the farmers, give me a little time. And look how we're doing with the farmers, what's going on with the farms and everything. This country is rocking and rolling. So every day we're fighting to put more money back in the pockets of the hardworking American families. And that's why, with the help of our incredible Republican majorities in Congress, we've done so much. I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering the largest tax cuts in American history. Largest in American history. And we did big ones first. We had the best economy in history in my first term. A lot of people don't, because we had a COVID period, went all over the world. And we did a great job where they got no credit for it. We did Operation Warp Speed. And I'll tell you, we did a great job, but we got very little credit for it. We should have been given big credit, but we got credit for everything else. And we had the best economy, but this economy is ready to blow everything away, ever, of any country. There's never been anything like what's happening in the United States of America right now. So I just want you to remember that if you're paying a little bit more, a lot of it's come down now. We got it coming down very rapidly, actually. Look at the number just released. But it really would, we inherited something from Biden, and we're giving it back to you, thousands and thousands of dollars each family. We gave it to you also. Remember, forgetting about prices, and I don't want to forget about it. I would never leave a sentence like that, because they'll say, he said forget about prices. I said, despite anything you see, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We gave you something that nobody ever thought of. This was my idea. I said, give people a deduction if they buy a car only that's made in America. Give them a deduction. They go out, borrow money. They're allowed to get a deduction. But this past filing season, 130,000 tipped workers right here in Georgia saved an average of more than $7,000 on their taxes, and that's because of no tax on tips. We're building a tremendous military facility at the White House. It's a ballroom, but it's also a big military facility, a drone port on top, and tremendous things underneath. And they've been working hard, a lot of overtime. They work till 11 o'clock in the evening, almost every evening, 11, 11:30. They get there at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're really working. And the other day I went over to them and I said, gather together. And I had, hundreds of workers, very big thing. It is beautiful. It's going to be incredible. It's an incredible project. It's a contribution to the United States of America by very wealthy people and very wealthy companies. It didn't cost this country. But what happened is I said to all the workers, it was a Sunday and they were working on a Sunday. Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should be in church. I don't know. I'll get them in trouble. But they were working on Sunday and I said, remember this, no tax on overtime, all the overtime they're making. And they gave me a big cheer. No tax on overtime. As an example, 700,000 Georgia workers saved an average of over $3,000 thanks to no tax on overtime. And 500,000 Georgia seniors paid $0 on their Social Security benefits thanks to no tax on Social Security. But perhaps most consequential of all is the provision that the great, big, beautiful bill that we're celebrating today. It's something that's beautiful. It's beautiful because it takes care of our youth. It's called the Trump accounts, and it's hot as a pistol. It's hot as a pistol. And under this groundbreaking new policy, every American child gets a tax-free investment savings account that can grow over the course of their childhood and be used for them when they reach 18 or 21. Their parents, grandparents, employers, and loved ones can contribute up to $5,000 a year. And with the modest contribution, these accounts will reach hundreds of thousands of dollars for these young people by the time they get to, let's say 18, let's say 21. But by the time they're just young adults, they could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, most likely will be. And for decades, Washington politicians gave our children absolutely nothing but debt. But the Trump accounts, we're finally seeing and ensuring that every young American gets a great start in life and a really fair shot at the American dream, which is what we all want. They all aspire to that. And under the system, every newborn child gets $1,000 deposited in their Trump account at birth. Think of that, from the United States government. Think of that. The government is finally giving money back to our children. You think that was easy to get from the Democrats? Not easy. Actually, they didn't vote for it. They didn't. I don't think we got one vote. We got a unanimous Republican vote. We didn't get any Democrat votes, I don't think. But they have a hard time justifying all of the things that they've done. But the government gives them $1,000 at birth. And from there, it just goes up and up and up. And lots of people, like the employers, can put money into their children's accounts of the employees. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm seeing it. And again, over 7 million. And it really just started, I would say, Scott, a few weeks ago, because it was all of the very complex legal governmental things were worked out about 3-4 weeks ago. And we have over 7 million people already, children already. So that's great. And I want to just tell you that generous individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, Brad Gerstner, and so many others have donated billions of dollars to fund Trump accounts for millions of children. Some people are going to take the children from states, the entire state. Like Gerstner is looking at the state of Indiana, where he contributes the money for. These are wealthy people. They've made a lot of money. They're putting it back. But Michael and Susan, they're two special, incredible people. As an example, donated $6.25 billion into the accounts for youth. They gave them for youth. Michael Dell, Susan Dell. $6.25 billion. I have a friend, he gave $50 million. I said, that's peanuts. That's not even close to the $250 million that Michael Dell gave. I said, what are you doing? You can do better than that. But people are loving it. And you know what I say? Go out and buy a Dell computer, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's great stuff. And the Trump Accounts app, for those that want, is now the #1 app in all of America. Isn't that nice for our youth? People are doing it. It just caught on. In the past 18 days, nearly $1.5 billion have been deposited into the Trump accounts. Think of that. The money is pouring in, and it's for children and all sorts of advantages and tax advantages for the people that do it and make this investment in our future, because it's really an investment in our future. And all you have to do is go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov, and sign your child up for a free investment account today, and the child gets $1,000 from the government. You think that was easy to do? That wasn't easy to do. Tell the Democrats you're giving everybody $1,000. But we're pleased to be joined by some of those incredible Georgia families benefiting from the Trump accounts, including Cole and Allison Loden and their 3-year-old beautiful child Ray, their 2-year-old Rex, and 3-month-old daughter Ren. And Cole and Allison met at Kennesaw State University, where he played football, and he was a cheerleader and a respected guy, good student. Now Cole is a project manager helping build data centers, and just this past April, they became the first home buyers. Cole and Allison bought their first home. So I just want to come up here for a second, Cole and Allison. Come up, say a few words, wherever you may be. Where are you? Come on up. Come on. Don't worry about Secret Service. We've had people come up. One of them almost got beat up, and all they did was, I said, come on up. And they go, oh, beautiful. Wow. That's so nice. Be careful. You can't fall like Sleepy Joe. You can't. Come on, say something. Come on, please. How are you? Oh, what?
Thank you, Mr. President, and the White House staff for allowing my family to be a part of this special event. It is truly an honor. Thank you, Mr. President, and your administration for the hard work and commitment that that made the Trump account possible. As a father, it's encouraging to know that our children's future can begin with an investment from day one. To every eligible new parent, I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity by opening a Trump account for your child and continuing to invest in it each and every year. Mr. President, thank you for your continued commitment to investing in American families. And on behalf of my wife and me, thank you for providing our children with a greater opportunity to pursue and achieve their American dream. Thank you, and God bless America.
Thank you very much, Cole. That's beautiful. Also with us are Dean and Gabrielle Fungawing and their 4 children, Elise, Jude, Isaiah, and Talia, who also have been very proudly members of the Trump accounts. And Dean and Gabrielle are both entrepreneurs who believe in teaching their children the importance of self-reliance. And it's happening. You know, people are watching the market now. They're watching how are the stocks doing, how's it going, and they're only going up, it looks like, and we're going to keep it that way. So Dean and Gabrielle, come on up for a second, please. Wow. Wow. Beautiful.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for this honor. My American story began when my parents brought our family from Suriname to this city in 1990. We attended local schools and college right here in Georgia. And in 2008, my wife and I lost our jobs just before learning we were expecting our first child. A friend taught me the appliance repair and service trade, and it changed our lives. Together, we built a company serving over 55,000 homes across the city. And then she fired me and made herself CEO. Later, I founded a technology startup, and that patented technology, along with our team, protects millions and millions of square feet of commercial real estate from water damage. Standing with me today are my wife and our 4 beautiful children. We opened Trump accounts for each of them, and because investing in the next generation strengthens the fabric of America. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and God bless America, and God bless you.
Beautiful people. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. But while our administration is lifting up the next generation with the power of freedom and American capitalism, proven all over the world when it's done right, it's not always done right, but when it's done right, there's nothing like it. The radical left is actively trying to destroy our children's future with the disaster known as communism. It's communism. This isn't a social democrat. These are communists by another name, right? As I said in my recent address at Mount Rushmore recently, I don't know if anybody saw it, such a beautiful place. You know, the communists want to take it down. They try taking Mount Rushmore down. They want to blow it up. They want to take it down. They shouldn't be up there. These people are crazy. But communism is, in my opinion, communism is the single greatest threat to our country and its history, including even World War I and World War II, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I think it's the greatest threat that I've ever seen to our country. These people are stone cold crazy. And it is the enemy of the free people everywhere and everywhere in the world. You see it happening, and every time it starts to happen, the areas where it's at, whether it's blue states, you see the blue states are all going bad. They're all going bad because communism is a loser. The concept, the policy, it's a loser, and it always has been, and it always will be. And, you know, they want to give everyone everything away. You want free rent? You want free house? What they don't say is that a year from now, there'll be absolute squalor, turmoil, and death. And that's the way it's happened all the way. It goes back thousands of years by different names. But that's the way it happens all the time. It's squalor, it's poverty, it's death, it's destruction. And that's why we declare again today that the United States of America will never be a communist country. You know, remember during the State of the Union, I said that this country will never be a socialist country, remember? And I was right. They skipped socialism. They went right to communism. Georgia's a state that believes in common sense, and yet your terrible Senator, John Ossoff, he's terrible. And the Democrats in Congress are voting with the communists every single time. They're afraid of the communists. You look at it. Now, I fought Ossoff before, as you know, and we won. We had a great success against this guy. He reminds me of Pinky Herman. Did you ever see Pinky Herman? John Ossoff and the congressional Democrats voted against securing our border. They voted against our massive tax cuts that you have. They voted against the Trump accounts for your children. They want to raise your taxes by a lot, not lower them. We lowered your taxes. We gave you the greatest tax cut in the history of our country twice now. And they want to raise your taxes substantially. You know, I've been watching politics. I've been involved in politics in the other side, you know, for a long time. I've always found it interesting, fascinating, important. But I've never seen people say, ever, it's always politicians. I've watched great politicians. We will lower your taxes. They will always say, we will, even if they didn't mean it. They'd say, we will lower your taxes. These people say, we're going to raise your taxes. I've never heard it before. It's a new phenomena. It's a phenomenon. They voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime. They voted against no tax on Social Security for the seniors. They voted against voter ID. Can you believe that? Well, you saw what happened. They caught thousands of votes in New Jersey where illegal aliens were allowed to vote, thousands and thousands of votes. They voted in favor of the transgender mutilization of your children and in favor of men playing in women's sports. Isn't that lovely? They voted against lower energy prices, lower car prices, and bigger paychecks for everyone. They voted against every one of these things. John Ossoff and the Democrat communists want to let the Marxists into power, bankrupt your families, and leave you totally undefended with wide open borders. But we will not let that happen to our country. We're not going to let it happen. Right? So it's a very appropriate thing because I watch this man run, and he's really phenomenal, actually. Because I like the other side, too. I was a big fan of the other side, too. Two good men, frankly, but I watched him run, and it was amazing what he was able to do. Very, very successful guy, and he decided he wanted to be governor because he thought he could do some really incredible things for this state, more so than have been done. And I'm very pleased to be joined today by a true champion for the people. He just won, Georgia business leader Rick Jackson, who I'm told has a big announcement to make. I don't know what this is. Come on up here, Rick.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. What you're doing on the Trump accounts is for foster children will, change lives. I know because I said earlier that it changed my life when I got a $100 Christmas gift in an orphanage. That's why here in Georgia we should not stop with $1,000. I want to announce when I become governor, I'm going to push the state of Georgia to match the federal contribution with another $1,000. And I believe our legislature will approve that. If they don't, I will personally donate it myself. Mr. President, you're fighting for Georgians every day for the state and what you're doing to lower costs. Media does not report this, but every day President Trump is bringing unbelievable amount of business solutions to government. Let me give you an example. Not long ago, I was meeting with Susie Wiles, who, in my opinion, is the best chief of staff in the modern history. But we were talking about America's antibiotics supply chain. And I told her we bought this last American plant in the United States in 21 because I didn't want China to leverage it on our president for trade. I told Susie something that every family should know. We produce one dose of amoxicillin for 7 cents. By the time it goes through all the middlemen, you pay $1. Susie looked at me and said, well, have you heard about Trump RX? And I said, she said, we're announcing it tomorrow to sell directly to from the manufacturer to the consumer. That's a business solution. That really brings down costs. when we bought this manufacturer of antibiotics, we wanted to change the name to U.S. Antibiotics, which I thought was a good name. So it took the Biden administration 7 months to approve our bottle logo where it had been for the entire 35 years. Then last summer, we wanted to bring out for our kids amoxicillin extended release. Under the Trump administration, we applied to have a new drug that hadn't been here in 25 years. Under his administration, it was approved in 60 days. 60 days. So, Mr. President, thanks for what you're doing. I wish the fake news would report all these great business things that you're doing, but that's what I'm going to be doing in Georgia. I'm going to bring business solutions to solve real problems. The other side talks about affordability as if that's a solution. Affordability is not a political problem. Affordability is a business problem. It requires business solutions, just like this man's been doing all his life. My opponent wants to cut down businesses and cancel them just because I visited a restaurant. Well, that's just wrong. We are not going to do that. And I'm going to make sure that Georgia is the best place to do business and reduce affordability to the lowest it's ever been. And I'm going to be this man's favorite governor.
Wow. He's going to be a great governor. He will be great. Thank you very much, Rick. We also have some true warriors with us, including State Senator Brian Strickland, who is running for the job of Attorney General. That's an important one. Well, get out and vote, and he's going to be fantastic. You have my complete and total endorsement, as you know, okay? And State Senator Greg Dolzwall, and that he is a fantastic guy who's, as you know, running for lieutenant governor along with Rick. That's a pretty good. Where are you? There you are. Where are you? Oh, what a man he is. You have my complete endorsement. You know that. You had it before, but you have it now. Okay? Great luck. You won't need it. Yeah, everybody needs luck, but you're not going to need that much. Very talented people need luck too, but they don't need it that much. And State Representative Tim Fleming, who is running for Georgia Secretary of State. And they all have my complete and total endorsement. They're incredible people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. I heard you had a great win. We also have State Representative Houston Gaines with us, who's a fantastic person. And he's running for Congress. And you already have my endorsement, and you already won your primary in record numbers, and now you have to go and beat a Democrat. Good luck. We'll be helping you, okay? Good luck. I want to thank as well, he was here, I didn't know he was going to be here, Treasury Secretary, I think he's going to go down as the best ever, Scott Bessent. That's good, Scott. Don't make him too popular. I won't like him anymore. That's very good. Secretary of Education, a woman who's absolutely incredible. She's moving education back to the States. Linda McMahon. And she's phenomenal. She's getting it back to the States so the parents can run the education. And I met your school board people. They were really great people, but you know, they want to work with the parents, and that's what we're doing. And Linda, you are doing some great job. She's moving it back. Not easy. Not easy. That's years and years of turmoil that went trying to do it. She just gets it done. This woman is incredible. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Another great person and great administrator, a woman who's really smart. Everybody loves her. Everybody respects her. And she runs a thing called small business, but small business, when you add it all up, is probably bigger than any bank in the world, right? Kelly Loeffler, and you're here with Jeff. Jeff, stand up. Thank you. Great job, Kel. Treasurer of the United States, a man who was a senator here, and he was so ahead of everybody. He was so great. I said, "You want to be treasurer?" And he said, "I'd like to be treasurer. That'd be good." He's a great man. He's a person that loves Georgia like a lot. And it was not easy for him to take the other job, but he gets here. I'm sure he gets here plenty, but he loves Georgia. Brandon Beach. Brandon. Cobb County School Superintendent Chris Ragsdale with a beautiful family. With a beautiful family. And we have a man named Ralph Reed. Have you heard of Ralph Reed? Ralph Reed. He is a man that, with his group, a great religious leader, maybe the greatest religious leader, but with his group, is it 10 million doorbells you hit? And this was certified stuff. 10 million doorbells. He pressed 10, not personally, but he pressed a lot of them himself. And they wanted to make sure we had a big victory it's almost a couple of years ago, 18 months. And I just want to thank Ralph Reed. Thank you very much, Ralph. Thank you. Great job. Great leader. And one of the best lawyers in the country, a friend of mine. He's really incredible, and he's really based out of Georgia. He spends a lot of his time in Atlanta. David Schoen. Where's David? There's David. Hi, David. He's a great lawyer. You got a problem, go to David. Thank you, David. And Alveda King. So Alveda was with me from day one. Where's Alveda? She was with me. She was with me from day one when it was not at all fashionable. She was taking more grief, Alveda, but she knew what she was doing, and now she's like the queen of the world, right? Look at her. Thank you, darling. We appreciated it. You always like those people when it wasn't fashionable, like Front Row Joe's, it wasn't fashionable, like the ladies from North Carolina, which maybe it wasn't fashionable. Well, they had a good time, at least. But these are great people. Thank you all. Thank you all. Great group. And you guys get yourselves elected, please. I also want to thank a man who had to stay back in Washington to vote for Making America Great Again. Maybe the most important man in this room right now is not here. His name is Mike Collins, and he's going to beat Pee Wee Herman. And the reason he's not here is me. He wanted to be here. They wanted to change. I said, don't change. Mike's not here, and it is my fault because we have a very big vote coming up on the military, farming, and other important things in a little while. It's going to be a little while. And I got to have Mike in Congress because he's like maybe the most, but certainly one of the most highly respected congressmen, Republican or Democrat, in Washington. Mike Collins is an amazingly respected man. He got the look, he's got the whole deal. And I said, Mike, I'm sort of here because of you. I said, Mike, if you're here, I'm going to be extremely upset with you because he has to vote. And, you know, it's razor thin. We lose all the Democrat votes on all these things. Think of it, tax cuts, biggest tax cuts in history they vote against. They vote against everything because you know why? They have Trump derangement syndrome, that's why. But I hope you're going to vote for Mike, and you've got to vote for him because he's running against, I call him Pee Wee Herman. He's Pee Wee Herman lookalike. You know, I don't know, people don't know this, but I beat him once before as a congressional candidate. Does anybody know that? He ran for Congress a number of years ago. I got involved in the race at the request of a friend of mine from Georgia because they didn't like him, and he was easily winning. He was winning by 25 points, and there were 5 people in the race, and he was way up. He was above 50. If you get above 50, you get it. And I backed a person, Karen, you probably remember. Didn't know her at all, but I thought anybody would be better than this guy. And he went from 70 to, believe it or not, 49.9. And that meant he was now in a runoff. So he thought he had it made. And he was in a runoff. And I got involved a little bit. I came here twice. I did a couple of rallies. And she ended up winning the race. He lost. But I have to hand it to him, because instead of being a congressman, he later on became a senator. If he was a congressman, he probably wouldn't have run. Who knows? I gave him a little credit for that. But he was easy to beat. He wasn't. I can't believe that he's a senator and he's not respected at all in Washington. You don't even hear his name mentioned. You don't hear his name mentioned. I mean, I hear all the names. I hear all the bad ones and the good ones. I hear them all. But you don't hear his name mentioned. He's not even a factor. But you have a guy that is the most respected, just about one of the most respected people in Mike Collins, and I hope you're able to go out and really cast your vote for him. He will bring so much. They call it pork, we call it money, but he'll bring a lot of action back to your state. He's a great guy, and he loves your state, and he's worked hard. He's got the whole package. Mike Collins, vote for Mike. And he's hard at work. He's hard at work right now in Washington. And last but not least, we have the CEO of... So I like baseball. I like baseball. But this guy's done such a great job. You know, the Mets have the highest salary in baseball, and they lose all the time. I'm trying to... And I say, maybe we could steal this guy. But the team, the way the Atlanta Braves has been managed for years, right? For years and years. And he's the CEO of the Atlanta Braves, Mike Plant. He's been, you know, you don't realize how good he is, you know? When you have one of these guys, there are teams like that, you know, where they never go down. Then you have other teams, we're rebuilding. They've been rebuilding for years. I don't want to mention teams because I know all the owners are all friends of mine. I get myself in trouble. But they're always rebuilding. We're rebuilding. This guy never rebuilds. He just stays at the top. He's amazing. And then he loses the best player. He loses a great first baseman. I would say great first baseman. And they keep going along. And they get things for the first baseman. And he was really good. Dodgers got him. But I watched the Braves for years, and they've done such a great job. So along with one of the best managers in baseball, Braves legend Brian Snitker, who was recently inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Brian, both of you come up. Would you both come up? Come on up here. They deserve a little credit. They deserve credit. I mean, I've suffered with teams for the years I've suffered. Oh, listen. They say you're not allowed to do that. Do it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome to Marietta. And as you can see, Braves country is a real thing. And you got a room full of Braves country right here. Mike and I presented President Trump with one of our 4th of July 250th anniversary jerseys that the team wore over that weekend. And I just wanted to tell President Trump that we're going to be back in Washington about a year from now. We're going to give him another World Championship jersey. So thank you.
Well said, Snit. Mr. President, I just want to say when you're done throwing four-seam fastballs for the United States of America, come back and do it for the Atlanta Braves. Thank you.
That's a great team. Those two are a great team. No, it's true. You watch you suffer with these teams for years and years. And these guys, every year, they have a great team. So that's called talent. Some people have it. Some people don't. Most people don't. But under the Trump administration, Georgia is prospering again and America is winning again because we finally have a president who puts America first. We put America first. And I'm so proud of it, under my most favored nation, if you look at our policy on drugs, we have a most favored nation policy, meaning Of all the nations in the world, we have to get the most favored price. And it wasn't easy, and I'm not going to bore you by saying I had to get other nations to approve it. And I did threaten them with tariffs if they didn't approve it. And I threatened the drug companies. I threatened everybody to get this done. And no other president even tried because they said it was impossible to do. But we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in history by a difference of 400, 500, and 600% reduction. So for decades, Americans paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. We were the highest price anywhere in the world, and now we're paying the lowest price anywhere in the world, and that has a huge impact on your healthcare costs, really on everything. I'm very proud of it. Everybody said it couldn't be done. No other president even tried it, because you had to get the drug companies, which is tough, but then you had to get the other nations to approve it, which is even tougher. So all you have to do now is go to TrumpRx.gov, and you're going to get drugs for prices that you never believed. I mean, prices where they're 80%, 70%, 60%, 90% in one case I saw, lower. So go there and just get your drugs, and at a minimum, price them out and go to your store and see if they can match it, but I don't think anybody's going to match them. It's been amazing. Think of it. We went from the highest price 1 year ago, the highest priced drugs anywhere in the world, like the fat drug. It cost, think of it. Think of it. It cost $1,400 in New York, and in London it was $87. Okay, I told you I have a friend of mine. He's fat as, you never saw a guy like this. He's a very smart guy. Scott knows him very well. He's a great businessman, but highly neurotic, always eating. Eating, he does two things. He eats and he makes deals. And the eating he's not good at, other than quantity. But the making deals, he's very good. But he called me up because, I buy this fat drug. And now he calls me Mr. President. He used to call me Donnie. Donnie, I buy this fat drug. And in New York, I pay $1,400. And in London, I just paid $87. They say, you're so rich, how do you even know? He said, I don't know, my people told me that. And so he said, I went out and I had it checked. And it was from the same exact company, the same plant. It was actually made in the United States, the same everything. He said, what the hell kind of a deal? I'm paying like almost 10 times as much. I said, that's the system. But it really awoke in me, and I said, I got to do something about it, because he's right. A pill that will sell for $10 in London or in Munich, $10, is selling for $100 or $120 for a pill in New York City or in Chicago, Los Angeles, or any other place. And I said, we got to do it. It's unfair. And I called up the drug companies, and they fought me, and then they said, you're right. They had all sorts of excuses. Well, we have to do research. I said, well, you're doing research for other countries too, right? So they finally gave in under very, very tough time for them. And then they said, and they gave in because they never thought I'd get the countries to do it. And I called up France. I started with Emmanuel Macron. I said, Emmanuel, you must raise your drug price. Well, Donald, why would I do that? Because we're paying too high, and you're paying too low, and we're going to meet somewhere in the middle. No, Donald, I will not do that. Yes, you will. No, I won't, Donald. I will not do that, Donald. I said, yes, you will. And then finally he said no. I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a 200% tariff on every bottle of wine and champagne coming out of France. And he said, Scott was there, and he said, Donald, it would be my honor to do that. And we got France, so we got all of them the same way. That's too complicated. But we got it, and now we have favored nations, and we pay the lowest prices anywhere in the world from the highest prices. And that alone should win us the midterms, but it's not going to be that easy with the cheating and everything else that goes on. So make it too big to rig. Remember my statement, too big to rig? Make it too big to rig, and watch those machines. Every day we're liberating our communities from the scourge of migrant crime. In nearby Clayton County, Georgia, federal law enforcement recently charged an illegal alien murderer from Mexico who shot a man in the torso and then shot another twice in the heart and the head. In Bullock County, ICE arrested an illegal alien who sexually assaulted an 11-year-old girl and held her 10-year-old sister at knife point for 1 week. John Ossoff and the Democrat communities, they voted to defund ICE and leave Georgia families at the mercy of the monstrous criminals that we're getting out of here. We're getting them out at record speed. And by the way, we always stand with the heroes, the patriots of ICE and Border Patrol. Always. They take such abuse, and they do their job. And our strong borders are really, it's a policy of helping to bring down the cost of living. It really is. It's under Biden, over 60% of the increase in housing rental. The rental cost demand came from the flood of illegal aliens coming into our country. The government would pay thousands of dollars a month for apartments for illegal aliens. But for our warriors, for our ex-servicemen, for people that served in our military for 20 years and 25 years, and then they couldn't get into an apartment. They were living in the street. They didn't do anything. But they took care of illegal aliens, paying thousands of dollars a month in some of the most luxurious hotels in the country. It's crazy what they were doing. It's crazy. But thanks to our policies, the cost of rent is now down by more than 10% in a short period in the Atlanta area compared to the peak of the border invasion. The border invasion, I mean, these people were occupying all the apartments that the government was paying, and they were never going to be great. They were never going to be, remember the word I made up, the caravans. They came in thousands and thousands came by caravan, and many murders were in these caravans. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, including by the millions and millions, we have launched the war on fraud, led by Vice President J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. We ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we redirected $50 billion to make the largest investment in rural health in the history of our country. You're getting hospitals built in areas just like this that the Democrats would never do. And number one, they said, that's Trump country. We're not going to do anything. They wouldn't spend because we did. We got tremendous votes. In your whole state, we got tremendous. We won in a landslide. In just 18 months, we've turned this country around like nobody's ever seen before. Think of it. Our border is secure. Jobs are up. Inflation is way down. Factories are opening. Investment is pouring into our country. I told you, $19.2 trillion. Our military is more powerful than it has ever been before by far. You see that. Venezuela, Iran. America is back. It's stronger than ever before. And I'm telling you, it's only going one way. It's going up. As long as we keep our current thinking, our current system, it's going up. If you go the other way, nothing ever succeeds. I made the statement once, with communism, everything turns to shit, okay? It's true. Terrible thing. It's true. My wife hates it when I do that. She said, you were doing so nicely, and then you had to use a foul word. You know, Franklin Graham wrote me a letter. President Trump, I love your speeches. I think they're great. But, sir, if you wouldn't use foul language, the speeches would even be better. And I wrote him back. I said, actually, frankly, they wouldn't, you know. Because there's like no word that can replace that word with respect to the subject matter that we're talking about, right? But that's all right. But I try hard. I try hard to keep them clean. But it's true. With communism, everything turns. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders, crack down on Marxist these prosecutors are so bad, they're so evil, what they do. And the rogue judges, you don't have a chance in front of these people. If Obama puts in a judge, I don't care how good your case is, you barely have a chance of victory. And nobody suffers it like I do. I get an Obama judge. First thing, Who appointed the judge? Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, that's a problem. And we will end no cash bail. The real bad stuff, these guys, they get out, they kill somebody, they're let out, they kill somebody the same afternoon. We'll pass the Great Health Care Plan. It's called our Great Health Care Plan. That's the name of it, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be much better, and you will save a lot of money. Because as you see, Obamacare is a total disaster. It's been a disaster. It's gone up through the roof. It's a total disaster. We want to spend the money. We want to give you the money directly. Buy your own health care. What's happening is these insurance companies taking billions and billions of dollars, and they don't give a damn about you. And you go out and you get crummy health care at a price that's unaffordable. So we want to give you the money, and you spend the money, and you go around and negotiate. You're going to have money left over, so much better, and you're going to have much better health care. And finally, we have to pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. And I have to say, Mike Johnson and Congress have done a great job, but we're having a hard time in the Senate. The Senate, what they're doing is it's just not right. Congress is going to pass it again. They passed it 3 times. They're going to pass it again. It's like the Senate is a place that you send things when you want them to die. We can't do this, and we're not going to take this any longer. We're not going to take it. You know, I'm trying to be nice, trying to be really nice. You saw we had a big victory last night in Arizona. I've had victories everywhere. But we're not going to be able to take it much longer. When they can't get past voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots because they're crooked as hell. So right now, Congress is working to get as much of our plan as possible into the budget bill to identify and really terminate. Look, what they should do, very simple. A lot of you don't know about filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster and approve everything. Because the Democrats are going to do it. The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster as soon as they have a chance. And then they're going to approve Puerto Rico and D.C. as a state. They got 4 more senators. They're going to end up with 12 more congressmen. They're going to get like 40 electoral votes. If they are allowed to do that, by that time I'll be sitting home. And I'm not a big crier. I don't think you want to see me cry, you know? There are some people, they do very well when they cry. But you don't want to see me cry. But I may be crying when I'll be sitting home and I'll say, I told them. They got to really terminate the filibuster, get everything approved right away. Because you're going to have a stoppage. You're going to have a stoppage in September. The Democrats won't approve everything. They become deranged, like deranged Jack Smith. Remember that deranged sick puppy? They're deranged, and they won't approve. You're going to have a shutdown in September. And in 2 years later, you have the debt ceiling bill. They would love it. I call it the 1929. You know what 1929 means? That was not a good year. And there's no reason for it. They should terminate the filibuster. Everybody call John Thune at the Senate. He's the leader of the Republican Party, and tell him to get this stuff approved. So we're fighting so that all voters must show voter ID. We're fighting so that all voters must provide proof of citizenship, okay? And also the no mail-in ballots, very important. And we're doing exceptions for illness, disability, military deployment, travel. If you're away and you have problems, we'll be very easy on that. Look, if you're away, if you're in the military, you want to vote, we want you to vote. But we'll also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for your children. So, ladies and gentlemen of Georgia, the golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. This is the greatest will ever be. And together, with your help and the patriots all across this magnificent land, we love our country. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you.
You can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the
Atmosphere.
shelf.
This was in Marietta, Georgia, reminding me of rally days, all the campaign season, all of the great stuff when it comes to saving America again. Saving America again. Because at the end of the day, the Save America Act, as President Trump concluded his speech by talking about that as one of the most important things for our nation. If you missed any of our coverage prior to President Trump's speech, we got to interview a number of great patriots outside. And tomorrow, when we're back in the studio and all the things and doing coverage, I want you to remember that this is what we bottle up. We bottle up this atmosphere right here. The love for God, the love for country, the love for freedom, the love for family, the love for this president. And that's the perspective that we have when we report back at our headquarters. So tomorrow when you see me in the studio, it's all of this. But mainly for the freedom of the United States of America. This all brought to you by some great sponsors, including MyPillow.com/RSBN. Of course, the great Mike Lindell running for governor in Minnesota. Go to MyPillow.com/RSBN. Get quite the discount for some awesome products. If you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is go to RSBNetwork.com/donate. RSBNetwork.com/donate. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you tomorrow.